It is 4 o'clock. I'll call this meeting to order and we'll begin with the roll call.
Mayor Sue Patterson,
Present.
Deputy Mayor Warren Dickert,
Present.
Councillor Harold Fleet,
Present.
Councillor Dave Hawking,
Present.
Councillor Carol Hudson,
Present.
Councillor Brandon Cable is absent. Councillor Susan Sackle,
Present.
Thank you, Tanya. And Councillor Cable will be joining us as soon as he arrives. He did message saying he is running a bit late. So our land acknowledgement, as we work toward reconciliation with Indigenous people, we begin our meeting today by respectfully acknowledging that we are situated on the traditional territory of the Anishinaabe Nation, the people of Three Fires known as Ojibwe, Odawa, and Potawatomi nations, and further give thanks to the Chippewas of Saugeen and the Chippewas of Nawash, now known as the Saugeen Ojibwe Nation, as the traditional keepers of this land. So welcome to our special council meeting for Monday, January 29th, 2024. Good afternoon, council, staff, guests, the viewing public, and the media. And at this time, I will ask if anyone on council has a disclosure of pecuniary interest. Deputy Mayor Dickert.
I have with item number 4.2, the police service budget, as I have a family member employed by the Hanover Police Service.
Thank you. And of course, if a conflict of interest should arise during the meeting, you may declare it then. So today's agenda, first of all, I want to start by thanking staff for the preparation and the hard work and all the time that went into this budget and the list of possible reductions. I know it has not been easy. So we will be on this agenda going through the presentations from each department, and questions may be asked at any time. So just raise your hand, let me know. And after the presentations have occurred, we will look at the possible reductions. So I have plans that we should break for supper around 6 o'clock, depending a little before or a little after, and then a break every hour to an hour and a half after that. And I would prefer not to go past 8 o'clock, but that will depend on deliberations, only because we don't make good decisions when we're tired. So we do have another date scheduled for the next budget discussion if we do not get through this today. So let's start. And the first one, 4.1, is the DIA budget, and I welcome Mr. J.D. Lyons to the podium. And Melissa or Chris, can you make sure the microphone is on for J.D.? Is that? Thank you, Chris.
Good afternoon, everybody. Nice to be here and once again, review with you the DIA budget.
So, excuse me, JD. So we're on section 21. If you want to go through on your binder, which I don't know the page on the 166 on your iPad. So please continue, JD.
The budget, if there's any questions about the budget, I'd be pleased to answer them if you had a chance to look them over. Otherwise, I will just go over some of the highlights of the budget. And then again, you can certainly ask me to clarify if you choose. The budget this year is up 3%, which in our particular case amounts to $1,400. So over the course of 125 members or so, it really isn't too much money to bear, but it keeps us up with some inflation. A large part of the budget for the DIA is two things: the promotional budget as well as the flower budget. The promotional budget is what really markets our downtown to our community and the rest of the surrounding area. For the couple of things under the promotion budget, the spring and Christmas shop and win is very successful. Now a fall and a Christmas markets are certainly coming along nicely. We got a couple other things going on as well, but those are the key ones that certainly take up a fair amount of the money. We are also continuing on with the facade downtown revitalization. One thing with the revitalization, the board has chose to increase the percentage from 10 to 15% this year. And again, there's a maximum of $2,000 for every application. We will also be looking at putting $4,200 into our reserve. What else might I say? And other than that, I would say that is, for the most part, our part-time salaries are for, which you might, is not necessarily an administration area. It is for the purpose of keeping our streets nice and clean on the weekend and the middle of the week. So that's where that funding goes there. We use people from hired through the town through community living that look after that. What else could I tell you? I think that is pretty well it. We run with a roughly $65,000 budget, of which 50,000 is made up by taxation to our members, with 9,000 coming in from bank interest and another 6,000 from the town of Hanover towards the flowers. I think that is pretty much the significant parts of our budget. There was a thing on the promotional budget, which had to do with music in the square. That will come out of our summer event program this year, which you'll see a column for that there. Other than that, can I answer any questions?
Thank you, JD. Are there any questions? Councillor Hudson.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm just wondering if you can perhaps clarify for me on the promotion side
Mhm.
with the installation and the removal. Now, I'm assuming that's the banners, et cetera, that are on the light posts.
It is.
One goes up, one comes down.
Yes.
How many times do you do that through the year?
Spring, fall, and winter.
Okay,
So
so,
we go the spring, we take down the Christmas ones and we put up the spring ones.
mhm.
And then we move to taking down the spring ones, putting up the flower baskets. So that's going up through the flower budget. And then in the fall, we take down the flower baskets and we put up the Christmas decorations.
Remembrance and Christmas?
Yes.
Okay,
Remembrance comes where is done through the Legion for the Remembrance.
so they're paying for
We take down the banners and I believe theirs goes up at the same time.
so
I
you
could be
you
wrong.
rent a Skyjack for that?
Yes,
And
that's-
who operates?
the electricians, Wayne's Electric.
Okay. So each time it's a charge so it's 3 charges per year?
Yep.
And that is
Roughly.
that's part of the installation and removal, the $1,000?
Yes.
Okay.
maybe twice.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Councillor Fleet.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thanks, JD, for your report. I just want to comment on the great job you always do with our flowers. Our Main Street always looks so beautiful every summer, and I know you've got some plans for some different colors next summer, this coming summer. So
Mhm.
I just want to say thank you so much, and maybe you could let council know what your plans are with the flowers this year.
Well, traditionally over the I'm starting to age myself with what? We've used a pink, vibrant colors like pink and purple and some of those colors there, red, white, going back a few more years. This year, we're going to use fluorescent yellow with a touch of black at the present time. So I've seen it in another community outside of Ontario. And I got a hold of the company where the grower can find the plants, and we're going to go ahead with yellow this year. So I think you're going to find quite a unusual change to our downtown.
Very good. Other comments? Okay. Oh, Councillor Hudson?
I was just gonna ask the significance of the yellow and black. Do we have something
There was
coming up?
nothing, there was,
Oh, okay.
it was just, we wanted to find, and the black may change yet, but the yellow certainly won't. It's been it really catches the eye. And
Nice.
that's the purpose of it. We may go with some foliage, but at the moment, yellow is certainly going to be the route we're going to try this year.
Okay,
Report.
thanks, JD, and thanks for attending.
Thank you.
Next on the agenda is the police services budget, and Chief Knoll is here to present it. And that is, we're section 8, and my iPad is page 51, if that's correct. Thereabouts. Go ahead, Chief.
Perfect. Thank you, Worship, and good afternoon, Council. So I just want to walk you through a little bit about the police budget here. It was approved on December the 11th at the Police Services Board meeting. At that time, our board goes through line item by line item and reviews each line, including salaries and benefits and that. And we came up with a number with the assistance of Chris Walker of $3,537,200. So that's an all-in budget number. Our numbers have increased 11.5% over our 2023 numbers for a total of $365,700. Part of that increase is covering wages and benefits. We have had a number of officers going up through the ranks. They're moving from say fourth class to third, third to second, second to first. We've enjoyed some relief in labor costs because we've had a number of junior people in the last few years. Well, like I said, those numbers are starting to change because our people are becoming more senior. Just to give you a bit of background on the Hanover Police, we're 15 officers, 15 sworn officers. The chief, the deputy chief, a sergeant, and 12 full-time constables. We also have 3 part-time constables, 1 full-time and one part-time special constable. And then we have 5 part-time casual cell monitors that are a paid position and 3 auxiliary constables, which are not paid. We provide policing service 24/7, 365 days of the year. And our call volume in 2023 was the highest that it's ever been. We responded to 5,567 calls for service. This represents a 6% increase over our calls for service in 2022, and then another 14% from 2021. So we've had a 20% call volume increase in the last 2 years. Our prisoner count for 2023 was 308 prisoners. So 308 people were locked up in our policing facility for various lengths of time, up to 24 hours. Sometimes it could be beyond that. Of those 308 prisoners, 95 people were held for bail hearings, and those bail hearings happen virtually in our police station. This is something that has changed because of COVID. We actually host these bail hearings right at our station virtually. It's actually by Zoom. Normally what would happen pre-COVID is come 8 o'clock in the morning, those prisoners would be transported to the Walkerton Courthouse, where they would be housed at the Walkerton Courthouse and they would have their bail hearings there. And they would be released or held at some point during that day. Now they're held at our station until either they are released after they've seen the justice of the peace, or they are held until they are picked up by the offender transport unit and transported up to Penetanguishene. So that's been a bit of a change for us. Our officers routinely, and I say routinely, are amongst the top 5 police services in Ontario for the number of criminal charges per officer. So we had 764 criminal charges, which is honestly about a double of a lot of the comparators. We run a very, very heavy caseload. And because of that, I know Councillor Fleet has mentioned at what point do you have to look at increasing? Well, that point has come now. We are looking at increasing to a 16th full-time officer in the fall of 2024. We're also looking at increasing 1 part-time special constable in the spring here of 2024. That special constable will help with those 95 bail hearings and some operational duties that will help alleviate some pressures from our frontline officers, while that 16th constable will help with the heavy caseload and the heavy volume of work that we're experiencing. There was a question asked one time, how many of those 308 prisoners are actually Hanover residents? And we're going to say about 40%. We went through the list and about 40% of those people are what we would call Hanover residents. 60% have either no fixed address or they are from outside of our community. 2023 was a really busy year. Not to, to scare anyone, but we have had some significant occurrences here that has drawn a lot of investigative work for our people, including a couple of shootings and stabbings, which took our people outside of our community. That special constable, we're looking at 32 hours per week. And that constable in the fall will be, like I said, full-time. Our budget, and correct me if I'm wrong, Chris, but about 85% of our budget is wages and benefits. And that other 15%, when you look at that other 15%, it's what we sometimes refer to as discretionary spending. But when you look at discretionary spending, there's not a lot there. We're pretty lean. We're pretty lean. So you're talking heat, hydro, insurances, gas, all things that you need to pay for. So it's not really discretionary, but that's what that's the term we sometimes use. Like I said, our budget is for this year is up 11.5%. And the total amount that we're asking for, approved by our Police Services Board on December the 11th, is $3,537,200. Subject to any questions?
Thank you, Chief. Are there questions or comments? Councillor Sackel, then Councillor Hudson.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a couple of comments, Chief Noel. When you talk about the bail hearings being done virtually, that's probably an advantage for you, isn't it? That you don't have to do the transportation and that kind of thing?
So normally we, pre-COVID, we would either transport them to Walkerton,
Right.
or they would be picked up by a Fender Transport. So it's not much of an advantage because that half hour that it takes to transport them to Walkerton and leave them there, then they're out of our custody, out of our care. But then they're held sometimes until supper hour. So we have to guard them through the course of that day. We also have to make them available to their lawyers. So sometimes a lawyer will call 3, 4, 5, 6 times to speak with that same client, where we have to get that person out and make them available to their lawyer. And then we also provide security during that bail hearing process, where they are brought out and brought before Zoom court, and we provide that. So it's really costing us more labor, more time, instead of just doing that quick transport over to Walkerton and washing our hands.
So they're not going to change it back to the way it
No,
was?
we don't see that ever changing. In fact, we suspect that Zoom court is here to stay. In fact, there is trials happening by way of Zoom now, traffic trials, and also criminal trials happening by way of Zoom as well.
Okay. Well, I also wanted to comment on your comparison to Smith Falls, that they have 25 police officers full-time as opposed to our 15, and that you're doing a heavy volume, as you say. So congratulations on what you're doing with the force that you do have, and we appreciate all of your hard work. So
Thank you. And it is, Smith Falls is a good comparator because their population, we use a population of 8,503. That's a number that we get from our Stats Canada contact. Smith Falls is about 9,300 population. Our crime severity index is almost on par completely with Smith Falls. And like you said, Councillor Sackel, we're really pushing pretty much the same volume of work as those people over in Smith Falls.
Councillor Hudson.
Thank you, Your Worship. We currently have a special constable currently, correct?
We have 2.
We have 2 and we're adding another one?
Yes.
And are the 2 that we currently have, are they both 32 hours?
No, one is full-time.
Okay,
So she is 40 hours a week.
uh-huh.
The other one is part-time at 32 hours a week, Monday to Thursday,
And so the third one that you will be getting will be,
32 hours a week.
okay. And can you maybe explain to viewing public what the special constable does?
Absolutely. So we went to this program. We used to have two civilian, straight civilian people that worked for our police service. And once they retired, we decided to do a reorganization. And this special constable is almost like that role is almost like a hybrid role between civilians and police officers. So they can provide many dual roles. It creates more flexibility. So for example, they can handle prisoners. A special constable can handle and move prisoners. They have the authorities under the act to make arrests in certain circumstances. They have the authorities to do crime scene management. They have the authorities to assist with investigations when need be. So it's kind of, I describe it almost like in a hospital where you have RNs and RPNs and RNAs. That level of wraparound care can be done by more than just that constable rank. And it's a way to bring people in and help us manage some of the work. And they can do some of the work that necessarily a police officer doesn't need to do. So this third person that we're going to hire at some point here in the spring of 2024, they will be responsible for, they will be an operational special constable. So they're going to manage those bail hearings for us during the day. They're going to assist with certain calls for service. They're going to transport prisoners for us. And again, this is just a way to support the frontline police officers and to move work away from them and put them onto a person that it's a little more cost effective.
Perfect. Thank you.
Other questions? Councillor Fleet.
Thank you, Worship, and thank you, Chief, for keeping our streets safe and your staff. It's nice to be in a small community where we have local policing, where we can walk down the street and say hi to our local officers. And I just got two questions for you. The 308 prisoners, how many of those are repeat?
Boy, a lot.
Yeah, oh, okay.
You know what, I would say a good portion of them are.
Yeah.
We call it the catch and release system.
Okay.
We're on a first name basis with a good chunk of them. But then again, having said that, we also have a transient population. For example, last Thursday night, there was 6 people arrested last Thursday night by the night shift officers. 5 were from out of town and 1 was from Hanover. We had 2 arrested in a stolen car with a stolen gun, and 1 was from Gravenhurst and 1 was of no fixed address from Barrie. So I think that's one thing I think we're seeing as a trend in policing, not just locally here, but across maybe the province, is that people are highly mobile now, more so than ever before. Pretty much the only thing that these people own is 4 or 5 cell phones. They have 1 legit phone and 4 burners, and then they travel around in stolen vehicles or do whatever they do. So many repeats, but also many transient people coming through our community.
Your special constables, 32 hours a week. Is it hard to hold on to those employees when you're only offering them 32 hours a week, or did they move on?
So the 1 officer was actually offered full-time, and they have chosen, they don't want that. So I think that person is set. They're happy with working Monday to Thursday. So I think that answers that one. This other role, we may eventually move it into a full-time role. We will advertise it as such. But I think right now we'll keep it at 32 hours and kind of test it out and see where we're at. Thank you.
Councillor Cable.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Chief, for your information and report. In here, you talk about increasing from 15 full-time officers to 16 full-time officers. Is that really in order to start the crime unit? Is that what the additional officer is doing?
No, so we did start the crime unit on January 1st of this year. We did move 1 officer into that role. My plan would be to move likely a 2nd officer into that role to assist. It's really hard. Sometimes you just need to work with partners. So we would look to move a 2nd officer in if manpower allows for that, because when you have 16 full-time officers, sometimes you can't turn out 16 full-time officers for various reasons, because of injury or what have you. So I think the safest answer right now, they'll be added to complement with the goal of adding a second detective to our ranks, which we have added. We have started that program here in January 1st of this year.
Excellent, thank you. Certainly, the crime unit is something that I've questioned for a few years, right? Would we start one? So I do appreciate that we're moving in that direction so that more energy can be placed there by more specialized staff. So I do appreciate that. And I also appreciate, similar to Councillor Sackle, the efficiency of the Hanover Police Service. Certainly in looking at Smith Falls, their 2023 police budget was 5.5 million. And so I think we do have an excellent service at our current price. And I do appreciate all the work that you do.
Good, thank you.
Very good. I don't see any other hands. Thank you, Chief.
Okay, thank you.
All right, item 4.3 is the Hanover Public Library budget, and it is section 14.
Thank you, Mayor Sue, and good afternoon, Council. Hanover Public Library has requested that I share with you some facts to consider when you're considering our budget. 2023 was a challenge, a real challenge. We had significant staff turnover, and for a few months, we were so understaffed that we were able to offer only basic services at the library. We had 2 people retire. We had others who left their role, and we had some people who moved away. We've now righted the ship and returned to a full complement of staff who are required to provide excellent library services. This Thursday, on February the 1st, we'll be interviewing 5 promising candidates for CEO, a role currently being filled by our interim CEO, Carolyn Cascanet. In terms of our budget, we know that economic pressures are likely to increase, and we can't charge our users because municipalities are mandated to provide this service for free. During the past 5 years, our budget increase has been less than the cost of living increase. Indeed, for the last 2 years, it's been stagnant. All of our costs are increasing, just like everyone else's, and we can't continue to keep going behind and losing buying power. Thus, we've had to increase our fundraising efforts. You probably saw us at the Christmas market, and in the next year, we're going to be doing both markets, and you're going to see us out there trying to raise money. In fact, in 2024, we've committed to raise $20,000, and that's a challenge because everybody else is out there trying to raise money for their organizations. But our obligations under this new strategic plan are many, and we're working our way already on those goals that have been set for us. According to our strategic plan, the survey results from the plan, 84% of our 452 people who responded said that the library is important to their families. And I think proof of that is shown in our latest December statistics. In December, there was a total material circulation of 3,380, 1,461 were adult items, 1,094 for children. This is just for the month of December. Total electronic circulation was 1,233, total database 1,239. Attendance at programs was 319. This was December. We don't do a lot of programs in December. People are busy. In August, it was well over 500 people who attended our programs. Items to homebound, 124. Website page views, 4,659. Koha page reviews, 7,534. 3,735 people entered the library in the month of December, which is the busiest month of all for most people. 39% of Hanover people are library card holders and 24% are frequent users. We have noted that you will be considering the possible Saturday closure of the Civic Center during your budget talks. Our stats show that 1,998 people used a computer or asked questions on Saturdays in the library in 2023. That's approximately every Saturday. In the month of December, looking at the whole year of Saturdays, 5,721 total users on Saturday, that's the full year, came in with an average of about 120 people every Saturday. That's a significant number. If you think of 120 people in a group, it's a big group of people. The Hanover Public Library knows that times are tough for many in the town. Food insecurity is a problem for 1 in every 6 families in Grey Bruce. Food security is a big issue. Poverty is an issue. So is mental illness. We're addressing that need by setting up a seed library and offering workshops on how to grow your own food. That's a brand new initiative. We are now a depot for Coats for Kids all year round. We are offering several programs to address mental health issues, including a memory cafe for adults and seniors, and providing informal support for many members experiencing mental health issues, some who visit our library daily. Parents can enter and take home books, movies, and games to entertain their families free of charge. And I'm sure that's a huge help to them, to parents. If you can't supply, if you are in a situation where it's difficult to provide entertainment for your family, having that free service is a huge help. We offer free Wi-Fi on loan. We are providing English as a second language. Currently, we have 4 people set up on the Transparent Language Program. And all of this and more is accomplished while amounting to 0.4% on the tax levy. We're responsive to the needs of this community, and we know that for every $1 invested, $6 is generated in community economic impact, a return of over 600%. And that's according to a study by the Canadian Urban Institute. Your library provides a remarkably broad array of critical supports that include knowledge, culture, health, reconciliation, and belonging. And such an asset needs to be funded adequately. Thank you. And Carolyn is here to answer a number of questions.
Council, any comments or questions? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Kathy, for the presentation and the good background. Just looking at the statistics from last year and the proposal for this year, the consultant services, I think it was $25,000 last year over a budget with a budget of $6,000, and now it's $10,000 this year. Can you just maybe elaborate on what that's all for?
Last year, we did a strategic plan and we took the funds out of our reserves. The coming year, we're going to do a space needs study to find a better way to use our space because we just don't have enough. And that's also coming from our reserves.
And the other question I had was, I think you mentioned around 5,000 visits on a Saturday.
No.
And you said, well,
Sorry, Deputy.
no worry.
It's 5,000, I think it was 5,000 and some on, when you take all the Saturdays in the year.
And my question is just what services are they using on those Saturdays? I think you mentioned 1,000 were computer access. Just wondered what some of the others were.
So the 2,000 is using computers or asking us a question. And the 5,000 is people who come into the library. So people come into the library. We have a lot of people come because it's their only space in town. We have a lot of unhoused people and they spend their days at the library. And checking out books is a lot of what people use the library for. So it's just the people that come in regularly to use the library.
They're accessing the same Your Worship. They're accessing the same services on Saturday that they would have during the week.
Okay, thank you.
Counselor Hawking.
Thanks, Kathy, for your presentation. I went through your, and correct me if I'm wrong, your website, and are you open 53 hours a week? Is that what, did I read that correctly? You gave the.
Let me do some math. 10 times 3. That is gonna be close.
Okay,
It's,
okay.
yes.
I really appreciated your review that was in our binder. But I was taken sort of caught with this statement. You talk about 67% of your library budget is related to staffing costs. And then you go through and talk about the increase in staffing affects budget, but yeah. But then you end with a statement saying the significant way to make savings is to reduce staff hours, bracket, taking away working hours to cover increased wages rates as well as increase revenue and reduce operating costs.
What I meant was if we have to reduce, we will be reducing staff hours. We will be cutting hours from people.
Okay, I'm just going to give you a little prelude where I'm coming from. We did a strategic planning exercise and we had our citizens respond to us. And I'm coming into this meeting tonight with this template in my mind. Out of 6 people, 5 people of 6 said, you please keep our services either by raising our taxes or increasing user fees. 1 person out of 6 said, reduce our services. How could we improve I guess this is maybe, I should know this question, but I don't. Is there any way we could allocate user fees to increase the revenue of the library, or is that not part of the library?
Under
Act, or
library legislation, you
Yeah.
cannot charge.
Cannot charge? Okay. Well, that answers my question, but would you ever consider like going like 6 days a week, 8 hours? Are you open Sundays?
We aren't open Sundays
No,
anymore.
no. Okay, I'm just throwing that out. All right, thank
Yeah.
you.
Deputy Mayor Dickert.
Thank you. Are there opportunities for non-resident membership fees?
We do charge those. We raised them this year. $75 for anybody that doesn't live in Hanover.
Counselor Fleet.
Thank you, Worship, and thank you for your report. Just 2 questions. Do you have assistance for people? I know Kathy touched on people that are struggling in these hard times. Do you have assistance for people that want to be library members and can't afford to be?
We do not.
Those would be non-resident people.
Yeah.
Is that what you meant?
So first, we have cheaper membership fees for students. Mhm.
And also, Your Worship, Councillor Fleet. Councillor Fleet, those people who are non-residents, I'm thinking on to our west side. They have access to all of the libraries in Bruce without paying, so that hasn't been something that we've ever discussed because it's never been an issue.
Just thinking of the young families, people that are struggling, seniors in these difficult times, if there's some type of assistance to be a library member. And Councillor Hawking's question there about the hours, you know, do you have a breakdown of, like, say if you open at 8 in the morning, what would your numbers be, say, between 8 and 10? Is there that time, say, from 10 to 4 that you see more numbers?
Yes, 10 to 4 is the busier hours. It drops off at about 6. I didn't bring an hour by hour breakdown, but I brought a daily breakdown.
Thank you.
Carolyn, can you just clarify what the hours are of the library?
Monday to Thursday, it's 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Friday is 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. and Saturday is 10 a.m. to 4 p.m.
Counselor Hawking?
Thank you, Worship. Just so I'm clear, at the section 14, you gave a breakdown of your staffing complement. Is that staffing a complement, including the new person you're going to be hiring on Thursday?
This is 2023. So yes, the person we're hiring on Thursday is the CEO.
Yeah,
Is
okay,
included.
okay, that's so I got it straight. Thank you very much. And again, I really appreciate your write-up. It was excellent.
Thank
Thank you.
Other Counselor Sackle, then Counselor Cable.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thanks for your report, ladies. I really want to tell you that I noticed you this year, like when you comment that you were down on staff and yet you were out there at every little social function we were having in town. So congratulations on being able to do that. I am curious, under your program changes for 2024, one of the points at the bottom is to partner with Launchpad to create programming for youth in town. Can you share some of your thoughts on that?
That's an initiative in our strategic plan. We've already met with Rebecca and we're talking about creating just a gaming night so far with Wii's, like the Wii Nintendo. Mhm.
And I'm also really happy that you pointed out that the library is closed on Sundays. So I think for that reason, Saturday is really an important day for people that just work during the week and can't get to the library. And if it's closed Sunday, that only leaves Saturday. Thank you.
Counselor Cable.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you very much for your presentation and the write-up as well. Had a lot of good information in there. On the first page, you talked about offering several programs to teach hands-on life skills as outlined in your new strategic plan. I was just wondering if you could clarify how the life skills being taught at the library maybe complement what's happening at the Launchpad. I just want to ensure that we're not duplicating our services.
What we have coming up right now is mostly gardening stuff. We are working, we're potentially working with some employment counselors on how to get jobs and also learn English as a second language. We have been talking with Rebecca to make sure that we're not offering the same thing because we know Launchpad charges and we don't want to take revenue away from Launchpad. So we are talking with Rebecca when things come up.
Excellent, thank you. And I'm wondering, maybe Chris, maybe you could clarify on the page, the second page in, talks about the budget and it says that budget has a large increase in staff wages based on the following. And the top bullet is the OMERS benefits increase. Would you have any insight on what the increase would be?
Melissa, should we do that? I'd say Melissa can talk to that. OMERS, that's for HR.
Thank you through your worship. So as of January 1st, 2023, OMERS changed their plan rules and prior staff that were part-time needed to meet certain number of hours, working hours per year or earnings for 2 consecutive calendar years, meaning that they could never enroll in OMERS until their 3rd year of employment at the earliest. As of January 1st, 2023, OMERS changed that rule and employers became required to offer enrollment upon hire. So staff could enroll right away. And many of them have taken advantage of that. And that's something that's now governed under the Pension Benefits Act and is not optional for employers.
Excellent, thank you.
Other comments? Okay, so thank you, Kathy and Carolyn, for your presentation. Item 4.4 is we'll start with the draft budget and we're on the summary report and reserves. It's from Chris Walker and it's sections 1 to 3.
Thank you, Your Worship. So in the budget package under section 1 or in tab 1, if you have a binder, the first part talks about definitions. There are many definitions that are required in order to understand how taxes work. Assessment is calculated by the Municipal Property Assessment Corporation. All the values are as of January 1st, 2016. A levy is the actual tax dollars to be raised over and above other revenues, user fees, and grants in order to provide the desired level of services and programs. So in 2024, municipal budget levy increase of 1%. is approximately equal to $84,143. The town tax rate then takes that levy and divides it into the assessment to come up with our actual tax rate. And a blended tax rate is the combination of the town's tax rate, which council is the only authority to look after, and then we have a county tax rate, and then we also have a school board tax rate, which the province looks into. There are many municipal revenues. We have unconditional grants such as the Canada Community Building Fund. We call it the CCBF. You may remember it back in the old days as the AMO gas tax. And we also have the OOMP fund that we call the Ontario Municipal Partnership Funding. These are guaranteed unconditional grants that are provided to the municipality to be used at their discretion. Other grants are based on applications that we apply for in order to get any further grants. We also have property taxes. We have the Ontario Lottery and Gaming. We have payment in lieu of taxes. We have user fees and charges for service. Most of that is water, sewer, and any actual programs that we run. We have fines and penalties and our investment income. And a big one is our reserves and reserve funds, which are monies that are originally from the levy or elsewhere as shown as revenue when they are brought into the budget to be used to fund expenses. The amount of property taxes needed to be collected each year is the difference between the total expenses and all other revenue sources. Municipal expenditures, there's a lot of them, wages, benefits, basically any principal interest, your supplies, insurance, rent, any external transfers such as Saugeen Valley, SMART, SMA, any other areas that we have to provide money to, and our transfers to reserves and reserve funds. The town has many functions and services that it provides, and each service or department is divided into these functions as per the financial information report, or you'll hear us say the FIR occasionally. That's what that entails. And many of these functions are applicable to departments that we have. So under general government, you'll have your council, your administration, your corporate services and finance, and any civic facilities. Under protective service, you'll have the police, the fire, the emergency plan, any building and bylaw and animal control, and our municipal portion of the Saugeen Valley Conservation Authority. For transportation, it'll be roads, storm sewers, sidewalks, street lighting, parking, winter control. It also includes our proportion of the Saugeen Mobility and Regional Transit, or SMART, and Saugeen Municipal Airport, or SMA, as we say. Environmental services for tax purposes will just be the solid waste and recycling collection and the municipal share of the Hanover-Walkerton Joint Landfill Site. Water and wastewater services are under environmental services, but they are part of user fees only, and they are separate from the tax levy and calculated using our user fees. Health services that we have are the cemetery and our medical clinic facility. Our recreation and cultural services includes the parks and facilities, including aquatics, recreational programs, our theater, and the library. Planning and development includes residential and commercial planning, review of property development plans, and economic development services for the municipality. So you have a general idea of what all these functions are, and they have many different departments within each function, because that is how the FIR distinguishes when you're reporting for each municipality. It goes by function. Our budget levy, currently we have a tax rate gross budget of about $28.7 million, of which 16.1 is operations and 12.6 million is from capital. The next page shows you a summary that breaks it down by the function so that you can see the 28 million and the net amount that's required after we have all the revenues brought in. We need almost $9.3 million from taxes alone. The next 3 pages is the breakdown by the function. So within each function is each department that I had talked to you previously about, which each function carries. So in general government, you have the civic facilities, the admin, the council, protective service, again, police, fire, etc. Transportation, all the different departments within that area, as well as environmental services that do not include water, wastewater, health services, rec and culture. And it'll break it down by each department and show you each revenues and expenditures and the net that equals the 9.3 approximately that we require. The next one is the net budget. So it's basically saying this is the breakdown by function that's charged for each area. Again, last year's amount was 8.4 million. This year we're looking at 9.3, a difference of $882,000. The net again is the difference that is required between the revenue versus the expenditures. This is what we require from taxes. Then the next 3 pages again by department within each function, so you know exactly where those monies for the $882,000 additional revenue is required over 2023. The next page shows you the net municipal tax levy. It's just basically a visual to see where most of the expenses for the municipality are. So your big ones are, again, police services, 3.5 million. You've got public works at 2.1 million, and you've got recreation at 2.3 million. The next one, that's on page 14 of the actual budget package, might be page 16 on the PDF, sorry, is the water sewer gross budget. Now, this is the actual user fees. So this is just water and sewer fees. So to let you know, we have over $6.6 million worth between operations and capital. And it's pretty close. If you look, it's within $1,000 of each other between operations and capital. So this is how much is being spent outside of tax dollars, not part of that 882,000 that we were talking about. So sections 4 to 17 are the individual department budgets. Sections 18 to 20 is the capital summary, individual sheets, and 5-year forecast. We've already said section 21, we talked about the DIA budget. The following tables provide council review of the net costs for services. These are the actual tax dollar money required for each function and department after all the revenues have been accounted for based on the current 2024 budget being provided versus the 2023 approved. I know it's small to see, but it's all on one page so that you are able to take a look at it and see that what we spent in 2023. At the top, it'll say costs for services, and then you'll see in the general government, and then it'll have each department within that area and where the money is. You will notice within that there's 2 that are highlighted in the differences in a kind of a burgundy red or whatever color you want to call it, like a brownie red color. That's because the building department originally had all the wages and benefits for both building and planning in there. We have now taken that out and actually put the applicable wages for planning within the planning department. There's still a savings between the 2 departments of about 31,000 because there's additional revenue coming in. But we just wanted to make you aware, so you're going, how could that go up 158,000 when the other one went down 189,000? Just so you have a general idea. So you can see that the difference of that 882,000, 412,000 of that increase is from boards and organizations outside of this realm of council's decision-making, because there are boards and other organizations that tell you the amounts they require. The 470,000 is the amount that we are actually requesting for 2024 based on all the strategic initiatives, the directives, and all the inflationary costs that have happened over this past year. Any questions on section 1, or we'll get on to section 2?
Councillor Fleet.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thanks, Chris. I just got a question. The P&H facility, the concession booth, we budgeted for 5,900. Is that not on a contract? Do we not contract?
It is on a contract, but it's a negative, so that means we're getting money. We're getting more money in 2024. So we got $400 more on that one. Yes.
Councillor Hudson.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm just trying to find the page number of this, Chris. Page 8. Item 2420. Please explain to me canine control of revenue, $8,500, expenditure, $17,800. And then it is on page 8 of the actual PDF package, or page 6 of the paper.
Could you repeat the question then, please?
Item 2420, canine control. Revenue is 8,500. Expenditure is 17,800.
That is correct. We have if I'm not mistaken, Andrew, there's an agreement with the Owen Sound Animal Control. There's about $11,000 or $13,000 for a service fee for that, is that right, Andrew? I'm sure he'll go through that with you. This is just a summary. Yeah, if you might want to wait for those specific questions till the actual come up. But he can answer it.
Your Worship, I'm here now. Correct. We have a 5-year agreement that was signed a year or 2 ago with Owen Sound Animal Shelter for that service. I actually think it's about $15,000 a year. The revenues are really the fees for tags, essentially, through cats and dogs. which gradually increase over time. However, as you know, not all dogs owners coming here. They're dog trained.
So the agreement is for 15,000, but we've only put it up to 9,300 then? No? Okay.
Through your worship, that's probably the difference.
Yeah, that's the difference. The actual 17,800 is the expenses.
Yes.
So with the 15,000 plus the cost of the tags and the
Okay.
mailings and everything else that's required for the dog tags, less the $8,500 that we actually bring in each year from dog
Very good.
tags,
Thank you.
is a net cost of 9,300. We'll go on to section 2. In your binders, you can just go to tab 2. We tried to keep all the tabs in the sections to make it the same for you, make it easy. So as we know, the assessment for the town of Hanover is created and provided to us by the Municipal Property Assessment Corporation. In 2024, we had an increase of 2.03%. If you go to the next page, not with the chart, that just kind of gives you an overview of everything that's there. With that 2.03%, if we did absolutely nothing and we left everything the same, you know, where everyone says 0% tax rate increase, everything stays the same, we would receive $105,000 more in levy to cover additional costs, and it would cost nobody any more money. It was just the newer people that came in now would have to be paying for that amount. And that's what that 2.03% allows us to do. The best part is the more taxable assessment a municipality has, the lower the tax rate required for the same levy. Keep in mind, we have a 2.03%. If we were the county, you'd probably get that 9 times that. And if you're the province, you're going to get 444 times that. So you get a lot more assessment, which means you can keep your rates down if you're providing the same level of service and nothing needs to change. The tax ratios are determined by the County of Grey. We have to wait for their bylaws to pass to make sure that happens. It's my understanding, though, the multi-residential, not the new multi-residential, the multi-residential is over a 4-year period. It's getting closer to the 1 mark, which is closer to the residential mark. So it's our assumption it's going down to 1.22. It's currently at 1.33, and previous year it was at 1.44, but it's not official yet, but that's what they're telling us it's going to be. The town tax rate, it's based on the current tax levy requirement that we're talking about, 9.3 million. There's an increase of 882,000 in levy, of which 105 could be growth, and the balance of 776 is actual budget requirements. We're looking at a 9.12%. So for every $100,000, you're looking at $89.22 increase, or approximately 24 cents a day. Again, on 100,000, not anybody has just 100,000. There are ones with 150, 175, 200, 300,000. So you have to take that in perspective. So it's easier to take a look at it, 24 cents times 3, closer to the 75 cents a day. This current budget provided maintains the existing service levels and implements all the strategic plan initiatives as per our recent strategic plan and all previous council directives and reports that have been approved. The initial amount that we provided to council back in November was about 10.4, with changes to the timing and funding of the capital projects, not a reduction in capital projects. We've seen a savings of 877,400 in capital was achieved. And we also were able to increase some revenues and reductions in some operations, which made further savings of 228,600. So that we were able to reduce the original 10.4 that we brought to council down to 9.3, which is again an 882,000 levy increase over the 2023 levy. In order to reach council's desire for a net town tax impact of 7% or lower, a reduction to the levy in the amount of approximately 181,300 is still required. This would require the levy to be no more than 9.115. And the current budget, as I said, is an impact of 9.12% or 24 cents a day. To get that levy reduction of 181.3, that would save 6 cents a day on every 100,000 of assessment to make that reduction of 181,000. I've given you the same chart that was provided back in November so that you have an idea. It's highlighted in green. The 7% that would work out to 19 cents a day is what you were looking at compared to the 24 cents. As any of these reductions will make changes to the existing service levels and previous approved directives, council was provided with a listing of items and services at their January 15th council meeting in order to review prior to this meeting. And any of these additional levy reductions will be discussed during our budget deliberations with your direction. Now, a blended tax rate, as I mentioned before, is a combination of the town, the county, and the school boards. I did some preliminary calculations with the county tax rate, assuming it's going to be that 6.3% and actually result into a 6.3% tax rate increase. When you put it all together, the overall tax impact is about 7.48%. So when you put it together, it's lower because you got a higher amount that you're comparing it to than just the town rate. Just so you have a general idea. It's still an 89.22 for the town, but the county would be about a $24, but we don't control that, so it's not something that you wanted to know, but a lot of you like to know what's the blended rate, are we going to stay under an 8% overall and all that stuff. So just to give you an idea where we're at right now, if we stayed at 9.12 with their 6.3, which I can assure you will probably be less than that once they put the calculations through. So it comes to 7.48. And that's it for now. I don't want to really discuss, let's make some changes here and do that. Let's wait until we actually have all the budgets brought forward so that you have a general idea of what they're including in their reports. And then we can go back to that list. Because if I remember correctly, it's further on our budget agenda later in the meeting to look at those reports. So section 3 is basically our reserves and our debt and financial position. So I've given you some background information. I'm not going to go through every little thing. You should know most of this stuff because we've gone through reserves and reserve funds. I don't know how many times, but a fair bit. So it's just some background information on what reserves and reserve funds are. Just remember, reserves are cash in our bank account. Reserve funds are monies invested somewhere else, okay? Those are the two big differences on them. And within those reserve funds, we have the ability to have discretionary and obligatory reserves. Discretionary is council can do whatever they wish, whichever ones they wish to have, etc. Discretionary ones that we currently have are our TCA reserve fund that we set up, that we put monies aside each year so that we have it for future asset replenishment. We also have an investing in Hanover fund that we use for future development and community improvement projects. We also have our water reserve fund, our wastewater reserve fund, which has come in very handy to help with our plants and all our water towers. And then we have a parking cash in lieu. The other ones are called obligatory reserve funds. The ministry gives you this money and you have to use it for that particular purposes. And the two that we currently have are the Canada Community Building Fund. It's called the CCBF. And we receive about $254,000 a year, and we make sure we spend every penny of that as much as possible. We have about 17,000 sitting in there right now. We'll get another 254, and most of that is earmarked already for a capital project. You must use that money within 5 years. If you don't, you have to give it back. So we're never giving back the money. We're going to use it. And the other one that we have is our provincial gas tax. It's not for our purposes, it's for SMART. We are the host municipality. So we bring in 720,000, it goes back out to them. It just kind of flows in and out from the town. It's not our money to have, it's just to use for SMART. The other one we may have in the future is our future development charges that we are looking at establishing in 2024 as part of the strategic plan. And I'm sure Andrew will relate to that in the future. So for our 2024 budget, including in financing is about 4.4 million from our various reserves and reserve funds for capital, for operation purposes, for our, what do you want to call it? Organization review, the development charges review, and the asset management planning reviews that we need to have. We're using all these reserves and reserves funds each year, and that's over 4.4 million. But because we are very diligent in making sure that we put money back in on a yearly basis, all we're losing is about $1.9 million. So we're actually putting more monies in, but we're taking more out than we actually should at the end. We're down about $109,000 in our reserves, our general reserves, but we're down about $1.8 million in our reserve funds. And that's mostly because of the water tower and the wastewater plant that's being done. The next few pages just give you a summary of the reserves. So you start off with a balance. It's the difference at the beginning of the year and the usage in 2024, which works out to the $1.8 million that we're down. So we start off with about 18.4 million. When we do everything in 2024 as it's budgeted and put monies aside as required, we're down to 16.5 at the end of the year if everything goes according to plan. And then there's some charts there to show you at the end of the year how we come up with the estimated balances of the 16.5 million. And then there's a listing on the next page that tells you in the reserves where the money's going, what it's for, what it was used for, what department it's for, the function again. And then again, another chart there, the transfer to reserves of putting over 2.5 million into reserves, of which 720,000 is not ours. And then we're taking out another 4.4 million, of which 720 is not ours. So the next one is talking about debt management. So borrowing money is an efficient use of available financial resources. However, taking on debt commits municipalities to enter long-term commitments that require principal and interest payments over the life of the loan. Through the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing and through the FIR that we complete, they do an annual repayment limit and provide to us the amount that the maximums that we could spend. So they're basically saying you can use 25% of your own service source revenues can be used to service debt on an annual basis. I attached to that as well our annual repayment limit, and they're telling us that we could use almost $3.8 million. Nobody wants to spend $3.8 million on debt for their budget. We've got a $9 million. Could you imagine adding another $3 million onto that just to cover debt? That's not something we want to do. So right now, as of December 31st, 2023, the town has one outstanding external debt. That's about $278,000, and that's for the P&H Center loan, which will be completed on August 2025. But internal debt, we borrowed from reserves and reserve funds for various capital projects. I've given you a chart there to show you that we have 5 existing borrowing from internally for our fire truck, landfill expansion, pumper truck, theater renovations, and the recent launch pad deficit. And in 2023, we've got temporary borrowing until the trail bridges and the fire hall is done. So we have between the external and internal, we're paying back about $408,000 a year. That works out to about 2.56 of our annual repayment limit, which is really good. And these debts will change once the fire hall. Remember, in 2024, we're only budgeting 50% of the repayment. The repayment's about $410 a year. We've only put in about $205 in the budget for 2024. So already in 2025, you already have close to 2.5% levy increase just because of that borrowing, just to make you aware of that. If you do nothing today, that's exactly what's going to happen next year. At this time, I'm going to tell you, you got a 2.5% increase on the levy. And that's as far as we've got. I think you want to go to council, and I think Sherry will be doing that one, unless anyone has questions.
Are there any questions or? So just remind me, the P&H Center, was that 2010 that the original loan was taken out? So in 13 years?
Yes, in 2010, we took out a loan for 5 years, and then we renewed it in 2015 for a further locked in for 10 years at 2.93% or something. And so that we could pay it off in 15 years. We paid that off versus 20 years.
Very good. Well done. Okay, I don't see any hands, so we'll move on to the next section, which is council, section 4, and Sherry, our CAO, is going to present that.
Thank you, your worship. So as Mayor Sue said, it is section 4, and I hadn't got to that. It'll always be 2 more pages ahead, so it'll be pages 30, yeah, it'll be pages 34 on your electronic copy, but it is page 32 on the hard copy. So this budget includes your respective salaries, per diems, professional development and travel, the Association of Municipal, AMO, the Association of Municipalities of Ontario membership, employee service awards and annual recognition initiatives, acknowledgements and promotions, including financial assistance for the Santa Claus Parade, the downtown flowers for the streetlight poles that JD previously mentioned in the DIA budget, the JDSS Student Council Award, as well as support for Legion Banner, just to highlight some of those. The Build Back Better assistance grants, again, the difference in that subsidy comes from the council budget and is transferred to the respective budgets that have those subsidies applied. This, I believe, will be the last year for that transfer, as well as the Integrity Commissioner retainer and fees, Any grants to organizations through the grants process, and just a couple of examples of past recipients have included Grey Bruce Mentorship and Hanover Community Players. And then it also includes the Hanover and District Hospital support, Hanover and District Hospital Foundation support for equipment, the housing commitment, and the doctor recruitment as such. So the proposed change for 2024, if you recall, the Hospital Foundation, when they were here in November during their delegation, they did ask for an additional amount. And there is currently an additional $15,000 to the Hospital Foundation. That's included in a line 01-1100-4177. So that's really the only significant change to the council budget as such. Other than your training, those amounts were increased based on the the estimation that there would be attendance at the AMO conference. Now, I know that is changing for some of you, so that is one of the items on the considerations list that we can get to at that point in time. But if there's any specific questions with respect to the council budget, I'd be happy to try and answer those for you.
Thanks, Sherry. Deputy Mayor Dickert.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just Sherry, can you explain to me what employee benefits are for council?
That might be best from a perspective for, I think it'll be things like, Chris, do you have some info on that, or Melissa, specific benefits? It's as per the salary posting plan. Is it EAP and some of those types of things? Thank you. Thank you. So it's your mandatory employment contributions.
Are we going through other suggestions now, or are we holding all that till a bit later?
Later on the reductions, possible reductions, we'll discuss those at the end. Okay, Councillor Hocking, you had a comment? Okay. All right, anyone else? Okay, Sherry, you can move on.
So we are going then to section 5, which is administration. And this is a bit of a team effort here because administration is combined budget with corporate services and finances. And Melissa's going to share some information with respect to the HR piece as well, components of this. So from an from an administrative perspective, that's the management and business of the town. That includes things like the support that is provided from your council agendas, your minutes, and carrying out those decisions. Human resources function, as Melissa's going to highlight, legislative compliance, licensing, policy development, and records management. So this budget, to give you an example, reflects the wages and benefits, the professional development and training, any subscriptions and memberships, such as your Association of Municipal Clerk Treasurers of Ontario, your Human Resource Professionals Association, etc. Those are just a couple of examples, as well as legal fees. Again, I'm highlighting kind of the administrative piece. Chris will highlight some of the finance and corporate services pieces. From an administration perspective, the proposed changes for 2024 include completion of an organizational review, which was a strategic plan recommendation. And I would just note that those fees, as Chris talked about, we are transferring, it's projected to be a $50,000 project, and those funds are being transferred from reserves to offset that. So there are no tax levy impacts for that specific project. As well, it is been suggested that we would like to hire a summer administrative position. This is a shared work position for a summer student in the administration, corporate services. It really is going to support a number of departments, but administrative, corporate services, economic development, public works, building and planning. There's certainly a number of tasks that don't get to the top of the priority list. And with our current leave situation that we have in that department, that wasn't known at the time, but it would certainly assist in that that fact that we've got to leave currently, as well as the other priority tasks that just don't get to the top of the list. Things like cemetery record administration, record retention assistance, updating record of easements and agreement registers, digitizing files, and then setting some communications and social media templates are just some examples of the tasks that have been earmarked for that proposed position. I'm going to have Melissa highlight the HR pieces, and then Chris will highlight the finance and corporate services pieces.
Thank you. So strategic direction or strategic plan goal number 5, open and responsible government, says that we will deliver our services in a friendly, efficient, and effective manner while providing an exceptional working environment for our employees. This goal is especially important as our staff are the key in ensuring that we can meet the needs of the community and ensuring successful implementation of all of our other strategic directives. We are very blessed to have staff who are passionate about their roles and who go above and beyond to support council and to serve their community. In 2023 alone, managers and supervisors contributed over 8.5 additional months of work of time that they were not compensated for. And I think this is a true testament to how much they truly care. So it's great to see that our strategic plan also places emphasis on returning that care back to staff.
Excuse me, Melissa, will you just repeat that? How much time?
Over 8.5 months.
Thank you.
Providing an exceptional work environment will support in retaining staff who are engaged, committed, and who feel secure and positive in their roles. It will also help us to be competitive when we need to attract new staff who also need to share in that same care of our community. That being said, I do want to say that we are seeing a shift in the work philosophies and priorities of the labor market, where a much greater emphasis is being placed on work-life balance. So that's something we're going to need to keep in mind as we look forward and make decisions to ensure a sustainable future from both the staffing perspective and the service delivery perspective. Proposed 2024 HR and health and safety initiatives include diversity, equity, and inclusion training for staff and council, which is part of our strategic plan, development of a hearing conservation program, which council heard as part of health and safety goals and objectives for 2024 at the last meeting, staff wellness event, which is also part of strategic plan, the implementation of a Dayforce learning module also supports strategic plan. And that one was originally deferred from 2023. And as well, the organization of various legislated health and safety trainings, which are included within the professional development budgets for each individual departments. And I do want to say that OMERS did come up through discussions regarding the library. Just to note that that applies across the board for all town positions, all municipal positions. So a fee that the employer has no choice on, but is at minimum an extra 9%. So it will be very important for this evening's discussion and decisions that we are mindful of strategic goal number 5 as a consideration to be sure that it's given not only to the external impact, but also to the internal impact to be able to support that continuing exceptional work environment for employees. Thank you.
And then Chris is going to highlight the corporate services and finance pieces of this budget area.
Thank you. As you know, we do all the financial treasury positions, all part of the municipal act. So anything AR, AP, payroll, any development of long-range financial plans. We do all the insurance and claims. And we also provide all these financial services for the DIA, landfill, library, police, launchpad, Sauga Municipal Airport, gas tax funding services for SMART. We also provide the information technology responsibility for the hardware and networking purposes for each department responsible for their own software. Our goals and objectives is to get the asset management plan to be compliant with the Ontario Regulation 588-17. We've put in an amount of $30,000 and that is coming out of reserves to cover that. We're hoping that between the development charges and the AMP, we can do a combination because they're going to be having to look at the asset management plan for their development charges anyways. So we're going to try and see if we can get it all as one and get a cheaper rate out of it in the end. We're going to continue and enhance and provide better data within our asset management plan. We are upgrading all the computer and server hardware and office licensing within the municipality. We do this every 5 years. The last one was completed in 2018. And the 5-year upgrade is covered through our reserves. We put money aside each year so that it doesn't become a big burden in the year that we actually have to do it. And we also implemented the enterprise fleet management, and this is up and running. We have 1 vehicle and the other 5 have been on order and we're waiting for them to come in. And we're implementing the route patrol portion of the customer service work order software. The new changes for 24 are the new financial statement requirements for asset retirement obligations and financial instruments will be on the next, when they bring it forward in May or June with the auditors. The town share of the funding has increased by 125,900, which is good news considering everything else keeps going the other way. So it was nice to see some extra money there. And the Ontario Lottery money, we kept it at 1.3 million. And we made sure that we started to put monies aside for the TCA, like we had talked to you about. We put in 1,000 one year. The next year you can take out 60%. We're trying to get that up to where it needed to be for the TCA because we were always behind at least 1.5 to 2% from what we were. So we're using part of the OLG to be, it's still for capital, but in a roundabout way is coming from the reserves for the capital. So we're still using the 1.3 overall for capital, but a portion of that is going to the TCA reserve fund to be used. And looking ahead, we're hoping to get the asset management plan up and running by July 1st, 2025. It has to be full in place with a long-term financial plan on it. And we're working on updating the TCA reserve fund, water and wastewater reserve funds as well. And that's it.
Okay, so questions, comments for that section, for those sections, I should say, those.
It's actually a nice section because there's $62,000 better than we were last year. So
Right.
it's a positive note on this.
Councillor Cable.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you very much, Chris, for the overview. Certainly, I am pleased to see the shift in a portion of the OLG funds going to reserves. I think that's a positive move for us going forward. In your report on the bottom of this page 37 in the binder, it talks about how the town share of the funding has increased by 125,900. So is it fair to say that even though the proposed levy is currently going up 800 and whatever it is, 820 something thousand, that really it's that amount plus we also do have this extra revenue that's coming in, and that's kind of disappearing into the lines here as well.
That helped to keep it at 882 without that 125, because you got to remember, for one instant, the West Ontario dividend, we budgeted 124, we're only getting 60 in 2023. So now we've dropped that down. So if you look at that amount, when we're looking at the West Ontario, it's a loss of almost 50 grand right there alone. And then another loss in different areas that we're not bringing in revenues on different areas. So it's like we get money on one side and then we lose it on the other part of it. And we're not getting additional money for the OLG money. So we've left that the same. So there's no impact there. So if we didn't have this 125.9, that 882 would have been closer to $1 million.
Excellent, thank you. And with the organizational review, will the terms of that review come to council for approval before it goes out to tender?
Typically, those terms would be something that we would share. It's no different than creating a request for proposal. We can bring them here for information, but it would be something that typically we would put out once it's approved to do that.
I guess I just want to clarify kind of what our intent is with the organizational review. Certainly, we've discussed before around an efficiency type of review, and I don't know if that's what we're looking at. I guess organizational review to me is a little broad, and I just would hate to see something come back that perhaps isn't actually doable in our current situation.
So I can give you some ideas of information that's typically in an organizational review, but typically they would review and assess our organizational structure for each, the town and the department with consideration for our goals and our services and our legislative requirements. They potentially would look at the strengths and weaknesses of that structure and what are some opportunities that we would have for functional changes with respect to responsibilities and staff levels and that type of thing. It will consider things like legislation and other impacts on workload and what would we have from that perspective. And usually there's a comparative with municipalities of similar size and scope. So that gives you an idea of some of the pieces that could be part of that organizational review.
Okay, excellent. Thank you.
Okay, any other comments at this time? Questions? All right, we'll move to the next one. That's section 6, civic facilities. Chris?
Thank you, Your Worship. Civic facilities entail the Civic Center, which is this area that we have right now, the municipal office that include the library and the community hall and theater facility. We have 147th Avenue, which we've never come up with a name for it other than this is the address. This is where the Grey County EMS building and the physiotherapy tenant is. And we have some storage out the back for PRC for offsite storage, as well as garage area for the town. And then we have the medical clinic, which has leases downstairs with the pharmacy, Life Labs, Active Ears Hearing, and Saugeen Vision, as well as the Hanover Medical Associates. So in 2024, we hope to get the lease updated with the Hanover Medical Associates for a further 5-year. We are working with the existing tenants. They want some signage improvements, and that will be their costs. We hope to finish the internal maintenance at the Civic Center that has been outstanding since 2020 for the painting, flooring, and all of this is coming from our reserves. Each year we've been putting monies aside. So now we're just going to pull it all out so we can actually get it done. Just when COVID hit, all of a sudden, that was the first thing to get moved. Would have been ideal to do it though when COVID was here because we were closed and people could have got the work done, but timing is everything, right? We have a heat recovery unit that's actually above my office. It goes off for 24 hours a day, but we got a notification that it's no longer working and we're getting quotes. It's looking to be closer to a $250,000 fix. We're trying to hope that this $10,000 piece will hold us off for another year in the interim, but fingers crossed. It's not in the budget this year. It's something that we're going to be looking at doing. The other object that we had to do was look at doing a cooling device in our server room, because as it gets hotter and hotter, the equipment gets burnt out, and then all of a sudden we have no IT. So we've put in a cooling system, and that's about 15,000, and that will be coming from reserves as well. The program changes, we have reduced our complement down. We have a reduction of 1 full-time. You may remember during our conversation in November, we said that we've had a lot of changeover and everything. So we've done a revamp on how things to do. We've eliminated 1 full-time position. We're basically contracting out the medical clinic cleaning in the tenant area and the common areas for now until we look at it in the future to see where we can get some other changes. And program changes as well. We're also losing a longtime employee with an upcoming retirement in 2024. So we're hoping to get the 5-year agreement with the Hanover Medical Associates and working on a 5-year maintenance program so that when the new employee comes on, they'll have an idea of what's required at these facilities in the next while. And just a reminder, we do have some aging buildings, and the medical clinic itself has 13 rooftop units. They start going, you're talking $100,000 a piece. That's a lot of money. And overall, if you looked at all of our budgets, you'll see that the net impact of all the civic facilities is about $27,400 increase with all the changes for all those areas.
Okay, questions? Councillor Hudson.
Thank you, Your Worship. I wasn't aware in the actual lineage budget, the amount that was set aside to come out of reserves for the painting and flooring of the Civic Center. Can you tell me what that is, Chris?
It'll be in this package, paper package, page 42, or be page 44 in the electronic. It's the first line that says transfer from reserves, $67,200. That will cover the surveillance cameras as well as the amounts to clear downstairs as well. Yeah.
The surveillance cameras in the building?
Yes.
Thank you.
Currently, they're faulty. So We have to get them updated because they're used on a regular basis.
Anyone else? Counselor Cable.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Chris, for the update on civic facilities. For your program changes, you talk about reducing the custodial staff complement. I'm just looking at the salary expenses for property civic centers. So when I add up 2023 approved between regular salaries, part-time salaries, employee benefits, and WSIB, the total was 153,000. For 2024, the total is 198,000. So I'm just wondering, the extra $45,000, if we're reducing staff, I'm just looking, I guess, for some clarity on why the salaries are increasing.
The reduction of the staff is on the medical clinic side. So you'll see the wages way down on the medical clinic side. So if you look at the count of 01, 5,300, 1110 regular salaries, it's down to 17,000 from 65,000. So that means just our maintenance person has to go there on a daily basis, et cetera, over there. And then most of that will all be offset by contracted staff to do all the other work. And what was the other question?
So, and that makes sense for the medical side. I do see, and your contracted staff has gone up about 33,000.
Yes,
I guess I'm wondering more from the civic center side. Did we hire additional staff in the civic center?
we have a retirement coming up, so there is a benefit that has to be paid out.
Okay, so this is like a one-time expense that then we would expect that the following year this would then come back down.
It should go down further. Yes, that is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Not at this time. Okay. Fire Department and Emergency Measures, Section 7, Chief Denner.
Thank you, Your Worship. We're on page 46, by the way. Hanover Fire provides life and safety protection for residents, property, and visitors to our municipality. In 2023, we responded to 214 calls for service. This is the highest in HFD history. We had over 2,300 on-scene personnel hours and logged over 8,800 hours of training, meetings, and administrative time. Response time within the town of Hanover was reduced by 38 seconds to 6 minutes, 39 seconds, a reduction of over 1.23 minutes since 2021. We completed the design of a new net zero fire station, began testing for technical rescue operations, and certified 5 new firefighters. We actually achieved over 40 operational certificates ranging from firefighter 1 to officer level 2, and we received over $20,000 in donations from a variety of sources. So in 2024, we have a number of goals. First will be the completion of the build and move into the new net zero fire station. We will complete flow marking of fire hydrants in the municipality in partnership with Public Works. We'll be hosting a Camp Molly for the first time. This is an opportunity focusing on females between 15 and 18 who are considering a career in the fire service at no cost to the municipality. We'll continue certifying our recruits to the provincial standard. We'll continue our training 3 to 4 nights a week, which ensures small training groups and more specific topics for instruction. We'll continue quarterly training for technical rescue specialties, which includes drone operations, ice water rescue, static water rescue, swift water rescue, and high angle rescue. We'll continue with technical rescue certification for members focusing on ice water and static water rescue in 2024. We will replace equipment that's required for us to maintain National Fire Protection Association standards, increase certified officers, drone pilots, and instructors to increase the available members for these activities and reduce the workload of present certified members. We'll purchase personal protective gear for our previous year's recruits. We'll continue with fire prevention activities of inspections, Alarm for Life visits, fire safety presentations, and work with the Safety Village. We'll also continue live fire training for our 6 new recruits in 2024. We'll work with Owen Sound Dispatch on the implementation of Next Generation 911, and we'll initiate changes to the high angle rescue protocols to keep in line with new standards.
Questions? Counselor Fleet.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Jeff, for your report. I just know that one part-time training assistant temporary, is this just a temporary position?
Through you, your worship. So this will help us deal with a leave, but also decrease the impact on the chief's time for training. Training is a huge amount of time for us to keep on top of. So this is some interim help.
It's just temporary. It's not gonna lead to anything else.
At this time, it's temporary.
Okay, I don't see any other hands. Okay. Go ahead, Counselor Cable.
I'm just wondering, Chief, whether, I know that a couple of years ago, we increased the hours for the fire prevention officer. Does that person also do training?
Yes, they assist me as a training officer. They help to coordinate activities. The training assistant would then help to facilitate creation of lesson plans and all the documentation that's required to make sure that we're doing everything to standard, as well as making sure that we're ready for any litigation that might come down the road.
And so we would expect that this, I guess similar to Councillor Fleet, so the temporary position that's built into the budget, is it built in here for a certain period of time?
Through your worship, this was actually for a full year, so there will be some savings because it won't be a full year, but it was for the full year.
Okay, and I guess as far as in here, so we would know somewhere what the total of that additional item would be, correct?
I can tell you it's through you, your worship, 47,000.
Excellent, thank you.
Okay, so we'll move on. Public Works, Mr. Cooper, Ron, sections 9 to 12.
Thank you, Your Worship. Section 9 here, Public Works, that's our road staff for the most part that operate out of the workshop at 70 14th Avenue. In terms of any program changes, no changes for 2024. 3 major capital projects that we're looking at doing. 3rd Street, 11th to 12th Avenue, that ties into another 12th Avenue south of 14th Street, a complete reconstruction. We're looking at that 2nd Street extension east of 18th Avenue, and that's to provide the entrance to the new fire hall. And we have another road project, which is curb and gutter only, road and base, that's 21st Ave north of 14th Street, and a cul-de-sac in there, 15th Street close. In terms of some items which would have changed throughout the budget, I would just take you to a couple of those ones. On page 62 of your binder, I believe it's 64 on the electronic. There is under 3108 is the section under catch basins and storm sewers. There's an amount in there for contracted work at 25,500. That's a new line there. And that is comprised of stuff that we had got through Saugeen Valley, and we had approved 2 items in there. There's 8,000 in there for water quality program and 17,500 this year for inspection and maintenance at the Hanover Dam. The next page on there would be a couple of items that would be noticed that may have changed a little bit. There's one section 3205, which is a vehicle. It shows an increase because we're moving to a leased vehicle. It was a 2005 or 6 Ford. We're looking at getting a leased vehicle, so it shows the lease coming up as operations. Otherwise, it would have been coming up as a capital. The loader in there, that's section 3211. There's an increase there in terms of the fuel, and that's based upon percentage of the bulk fuel that was used. We had been using percentages before, but we got that updated at the end of the year, checked our actual usage of it, and that number needs to increase. And the same occurrence happened for bottom of the page, is for the loader backhoe, section 3216. It's based upon actual usage and percentage of the bulk fuel that we're supplying for the non-licensed vehicles. Same thing, page 65 is another vehicle one. It's in section 3701. It's under vehicle operations. There's an increase in there of $5,000, and that's because that's 50% of the cost. We're moving from to a vehicle lease for replacement of the bylaw and parking vehicle this year. That covers my summary for Public Works.
Are there
Workshop
questions?
area, if there would be any questions.
Yeah, questions for that part? Deputy Mayor Dickert.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thanks, Ron. And maybe you've touched on this one and I missed it, but it was 3,400 2410, which is on page 66. And it's fuel for the 2019 Chev Silverado. It's gone up to 6,500. Is that this lease thing that's coming in play there on that one as well?
No, that would be actual. We've went through actual kind of fuel expenses on all our vehicles and checked them out a year end and updated accordingly.
So the 4368, which is supposed to be actual, you're just increasing that?
Just to verify, all these actuals are not year to date as of today. You got to remember, at the time we're printing them, that's what is available. We're still working on invoices coming in. And as I've mentioned before, we're like almost 2 months behind on certain invoices. The only one I can tell you for sure that's exactly the amount that's in there is the insurance, because we pay it once in the beginning of the year, and that's the amount that is for the total year.
That's good. Thank you.
Anyone else? Councillor Fleet.
Thank you, Your Worship. Ron, thanks for your report. I'm just going back to Second Street Extension to 18th, and I always ask, like, why aren't we extending that right through to 14th with all the construction in the industrial park with the new Volkswagen dealership, the what is there, the fire hall, and that mechanical heating building, whatever it is. I just wonder why we're not looking at that sooner than later.
Well, the Second Street extended between 14th and 8th, that's another capital project. We've got it deferred out of this year, but I think it comes back on again. You know, it's in the magnitude of 1.8 to $2 million.
Just with thing, like with all this development back there, I feel that it's important to get that road through there with the school, the Volkswagen dealership, fire hall, the other building that's going up, and our old marijuana building that's gonna have all these units in it. I just wonder if there's quite an influx of traffic.
Deputy Mayor Dickert.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just for curiosity, what is the curling club lease? What do we do with the curling club?
We have a lease with them and allows us to get on their lands, was actually west of the building for an access out onto 12th Street.
Other comments, questions? I'm not seeing any. If you want to continue, Ron.
Next section is 10, which is cemetery. And what we're proposing for 2024 is we have 3 main projects there. The columbarium, which we've got the first kind of garden and layout of it. That one's filled up. Now we're moving into a new arrangements, which will have 6 columbariums. So included for this year is 1 columbarium and the base, which would lay out for the other 5 columbariums to be placed in the future. Funding for that's actually coming out of reserves, as we're collecting $600 for the sale of niches for every niche that is sold. So coming out of reserves for that. We have a cemetery management software program, which is proposed proposed for this year. That's also coming out of reserves. Guess the idea behind that is moving away from paper documentation of plots available, where what ones are available, what ones are not available. It's kind of time on to get it documented, so we're not relying on memories that are out there moving forward to get it shown digitally, allow people to log on and see more visually what plots are available. And the third one there is the Steiner Moore replacement. It's a 2012. We've been putting $5,000 a year for equipment replacement, and the monies for that is coming out of reserves for this year. In terms of the actual budget, there's a new line item under there where we've been able to, where we have a consumer protection fee, which is $30 for every internment and ermine. It's an additional cost to us, but we're able to get that money back when we're selling the internment and ermine rates. So under miscellaneous fees and charges, very first line, we're showing an increase of $3,100. Most of that is the $2,700 for the $30 of internment and ermine, and then further down there's a cost to it. So it's kind of an in and out, but it's a new change requirement that's came up for cemetery in 2024. If there would be any questions of council, I would be pleased to answer them.
Thanks, Ron. Any comments? Deputy Mayor Dickert.
Thank you, Worship. And Ron, just wondered, have you ever looked at, and maybe it's for Chris as much as anything, equipment? We've looked at enterprise for leasing vehicles. Have we looked at any leasing options for heavier equipment, the cat loader, or even like the Steiner Moore? Are there companies that will do that, and has it been looked at?
We checked with LAS as well, and they don't have anything at this time. Right now, basically, they have available for that you can buy your equipment at a decent price, or a less than regular price that you would if you went door to door to your local areas. But that's all we have right now, because we had asked for the bigger ones, like the big fire trucks and the big snow plows and everything, but none of them are out there right now.
Okay, I don't see any other hands, so Ron, you can continue.
Next section is section 11, which is water and wastewater. Under the items that we're proposing for 2024 is that the Seventh Ave Water Tower, we're completing the EA of it, and we're looking forward to getting onto the tendering stage throughout the late summer, and hopefully we would be commencing construction of the Seventh Ave Tower in the fall of 2024. Wastewater treatment plant, we hope to be completing the EA on that in 2024. And we're also working on another item which related to wastewater, just realizing that the actual expansion of the wastewater plants going to have a significant cost, going to take some time to get there. We've got to realize that we're getting close to capacity in terms of wastewater. So actually, as it stands right now, we've made an application to the ministry to go through the process of re-rating the wastewater treatment plant to give us some increase capacity at the plant. So that was pull us through for a few years, probably this 4 to 5 year period before we would be looking at a major upgrade to the wastewater plant. There's a process that has to go through there to get it re-rated. We have to do some testing at the plant to prove to them that by making certain changes at the plant that we could pull a re-rating. Right now we're at 6,360 cubic meters a day is what it's rated for. What we're hoping to get that number up to 7,000 cubic meters a day, potentially with some testing on it, get it 7,500 cubic meters a day. That in terms of going to give us, 10 to 15% buffer to increase before we get into significant costs with the wastewater plant. Another project that we have is the SCADA system that we have at the water treatment plant and all its sites. We had a review done from an outside consultant in 2023 to review our existing SCADA, how it operates in terms of what the risks are with security of the way it's currently operating, with cybersecurity threats increasing. They've come up with some recommendations. So to upgrade the total SCADA system on all the sites is it's 1.5 million. So we have to realize that we have to keep all systems running while we're doing all these upgrades. What we're recommending is that be done over a 3-year period. First year, we're looking at the most critical one is the water treatment plant. So we've got that budgeted for this year. Then we would move on to the other sites. Rural Lake, 14th Street Tower would be done in 25, and then the well sites would be done in 26. So a 3-year program that we're looking at doing, and we want to get started on environmental assessing for sanitary service development north of Saugeen River for those lands there is a target for 2024. And I don't believe I had any significant changes when I went through the budget to highlight anything. So I'll give you an overview of what our plans are for this year, and I would just open up if there's any questions.
Thanks, Ron. Okay, Councillor Hawking, then Deputy Mayor Dickert.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thanks for your report, Ron. Looking ahead, construction of a new 7th Avenue water tower. Is that new water tower going to be in the same location on our property? I remember as part of the assessment, they were looking maybe at an alternative site.
The plan we've got going forward is it would be on town property, but across the road on, if you're calling that 7th Ave, heading straight north-south, and it would be north of the cemetery.
Okay, Deputy Mayor Dickert.
Thank you, Your Worship. Ron, if I recall correctly, we did some relining on 5th Ave to work on some infiltration problems that we had going into the water treatment plant. And is that work complete? Has it achieved what we hoped it would? And does that help? Are the volumes down? Do we meter those volumes coming into the treatment plant, or is it just a calculation they use and there's no real way of monitoring that?
It's a calculation in terms of the volume, in terms of the number of flows, homes that we've already got online, busing a number of properties that we have already gone through the planning process there that are proposed for development. Like if we go back into 2022, there was a number of proposed projects coming online. They haven't come online yet, but they're already dedicated. We've got capacity allocated for it. So we're getting close to our limit, and we need to proceed with processes to keep us going forward.
So any lesser volumes that we're seeing as a result of the dealing with that infiltration don't really help our ratings any, is that correct?
I would say not on that. It is helping overall because we have 2 different ratings at the plant. One in terms of organic loading, and then we have a much higher number, which is overall capacity that it can handle. 6360 is the number of more or less the organic loading number. Then we could peak up to around 19,000 cubic meters. It's lowering that number down. It is, and relining the 5th Street has helped in that regard, but we're still at a place where we need to proceed with getting some re-rating on the what the plant can handle coming in based upon servicing that's been allocated.
Counselor Fleet, did you? No? Okay, Counselor Cable.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Ron, for the update and for being proactive in looking ahead to make sure that the wastewater treatment plant can accommodate our future growth. Just wondering, the $500,000 that's proposed to be put into that upgrade this year, did those costs assist with future expansion? Like we have items in here like a fire bubble aeration. I'm not entirely sure what that is, but it sounds neat. Fire bubble aeration. Some of these chemical pumps, those kind of things. Do those assist with future expansion? Or is it kind of just an interim measure that then will get taken out when the plant is upgraded?
I would say that a lot of these things that we're looking for in interim measure. In a few years down the road, when it comes major expansion, a lot of that is gonna have to get replaced, because to get us up to increase the levels of what we're looking at, and that's to pull us through for another 25 years. To get us on the same footprint that we're in there right now, or similar footprint, we're gonna have to look at some other technology down there, and a lot of what exists when it comes to major upgrades gonna have to change.
Thank you.
Okay, next, Ron, garbage, recycling, landfill.
Thank you, Worship. Garbage recycling and landfill, what we have in the garbage and recycling for this year, what we have included is the food recycler, the 100-unit pilot project for the countertop units. That is included in this budget here. In terms of the recycling and blue box, which is included here, there is actually showing an increase in the Ontario stewardship funding. That's up to 103,000. Previously it was 72,000, but actually in 2023, once we got all the payments in, they come up to that number. So it's been an increase in that, and we have shown that reflected in this budget. In terms of the landfill budget, the only thing I can say is we're still working on the EA process, hoping to get that completed, and that's for the leachate waste management. But in terms of anything moving forward with that, in terms of getting a pipeline over to the wastewater, that really would be kind of put on hold for a little bit until such time as we get our wastewater treatment plant up to handle future capacity on 100% basis of handling that. Right now, it's 50% treated at our plant and 50% treated by the Walkerton water plant. And if there would be any questions, I would be happy to answer them.
Deputy Mayor Dickert.
Thank you again. Just curious, when I look at the garbage collection contract, it's 81,800, but when I look at the recycling contract, it's 230,000. We collect garbage once a week. We do recycling every other week. Just why are those contracts so far apart?
But when we're doing the garbage collection contract, that number that is in there is for the collection. We're taking it to the landfill, and there's no attributed costs to the landfill within our operational budget. When you look at the recycling, that's collection, and then there is a cost on the recycling to get that taken away and recycling. Like when we get the bill for on the recycling, it's so much for the collection, and there's so much actually for them to do the processing of it.
So is the collection anywhere close to, or should actually be less than the collection for our garbage side?
Could you repeat that question? Sorry.
Is the collection portion of the blue box or the recyclables, is the collection portion similar to what our collection charges are for the garbage?
I would say it's probably greater than what our garbage collection. What I see there, although recycling collection is only every second week, when you see the equipment and the vehicles that are out there collecting, garbage collection, one truck goes out, collects from the town, they're done. Recycling collection, they're putting 2 trucks on it, and they're all, even though it's only every second week, more manpower, more equipment.
And with the switch to producer coverage of the recyclables, which is January 1st, 2025, I believe, do you see that number disappearing, or what do you see happening there?
It will be reducing, it will not be totally disappearing. Because that, when it goes into that model, what they are paying is 100% of the residential component, and there's other components, which is industrial, commercial, which they're not, which is not part of the program, and they're not funding.
But we don't collect industrial commercial, do we?
Yes, we do for recycling. We collect all sectors.
Okay, thank you.
Other, Councillor Cable.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm really hoping that maybe there's just a transcription error in line 4520, 2240 for materials. Last year it was 3,800 and this year it's proposed at 42,000. Just wondering if we could clarify whether that's supposed to be 4,200.
The line item under here is correct. What it is showing is that's our cost for purchasing the food recycler units, getting them shipped to us, and the carbon filters. And then we have further up in that same page under miscellaneous revenue, second line from the top, 0579, a revenue coming in at 27.5. So the program is a net of 11,700.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. And then, Chris, I was looking back through some old budget binders and had a note here from 2020. We are putting funds aside for the future cell. And I was just wondering if cell 2 is currently paid off and whether we're still putting aside the funds for cell 3.
I thought we're paying a loan on the first cell that we borrowed on. That's the 500,000 that I showed you and we were doing on loans outstanding. And we actually have, if you look in the account 4540, 5213, it's a transfer to reserves. We have 50,000 that's going towards the future of that. And we have about 75,000 now. We did 25,000 in 2022. No, 2022, and then we did 2023, 50, and now we're doing another 50,000. So that's for the future.
Excellent. Thank you.
So no, our loan is not going to be paid off for another 18 or 19 years.
Okay, but we're
Eternal
still,
loan.
but we're still looking ahead though that for cell 3,
Yeah, for cell
we
3.
will have the funds sitting for cell 3, hopefully.
Well, I'm thinking that we're going to have enough in the actual landfill budget itself to cover cell 3. That's what we're hoping for. We've been doing well and we've been putting monies aside as well in there.
Any other comments, questions? Okay, let's break for dinner, supper. It's 6:03. Let's come back at 6:20. In session, and we are on section 13, which is Parks, Recreation and Culture. Laura, all yours.
Thank you, Your Worship. So this is page 80 and 82 in the electronic for 82 and 80 for the binder. So as we know, Parks, Recreation and Culture Department plays a vital role in the well-being and overall quality of life for our community. And the budget before you this evening outlines the revenues and costs to maintain recreation infrastructure and to implement programs to cater to the diverse needs and interests and health of our residents. I'm not going to go through each goals and objectives, but I'd like to feature the 2024 capital and operating budgets. So proposed capital includes our Trail Bridge project, the professional costs to move the splash pad project further, the East End Trail Loop development, the P&H Center boiler replacement. And I will just pause there to note, this was a 2023 capital project that has been moved forward. It has come in, we tendered in December. It has come in over budget. Now there is a full report to council that is coming forward at the February 5th meeting. But staff felt it was important to make sure that this was highlighted currently in the tonight's budget discussion. Also, the commercial, it's the Kubota replacement, additional fencing required at Kinsman Ballpark for health and safety reasons, the main pool filter replacement, Whirlpool jet pump motor replacement, and ice plant condenser replacement, as well as the arena lighting, upgrading that to LED fixtures. I will also comment on the LED arena lighting. So particularly why it's proposed for this year is a couple of things. First thing being that there is currently an incentive that is available for green energy, and that is valued at almost $6,800. So currently, any projects that needed to be included in this incentive, we had to put forward our intentions in December of 2023 because that program is being eliminated. So it is possible that there will be another program, an incentive program, but we do not know the details. And it is anticipated it may not be as good as the current deal. So that project alone, so $60,000 being the budget cost, about $6,792 as far as that estimated incentive. And then also a further almost $9,000 in estimated savings on a regular basis. To move into the operational projects that are proposed for 2024, we have our outdoor signage upgrade. That's a phased approach. We also have additional tee-off locations to enhance the 9-hole disc golf course that's located at Hanover Park. We have South Line as well as soccer field trail repair. We have some washout sections there, chronic washout sections, as well as ball diamond surface material, replacing the water pump at the Heritage Square in that water feature. So it is our goal to ensure that Parks and Recreation remains a source of pride in our community. And certainly through this budget, we hope to achieve that. And if there's anything in particular that you'd like me to go into detail on, I'd be happy to. And thank you for your continued support. Any questions?
Thanks, Laura. Who wants to start? Counselor Fleet.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Laura, for your report. Just the Binkley Patterson Pavilion, it's in pretty rough shape, and I know at one point there's talk about demolition. I just wonder where we are with that, and because we do need the washrooms there.
Yeah, through your worship. Yes, Counselor Fleet, the Binkley Patterson Pavilion, there certainly are upgrades that are required. At this point, we had some repairs, some Band-Aid repairs that we've been slowly chipping away at, but I think that is a major capital expense that we will need to consider in future years. And it's not being brought forward for this year.
Other questions? Not at this time. Okay, all right. So next on the agenda is building planning bylaw enforcement, and we're on section, wait a minute, 15. Andrew.
Thank you, Your Worship. Section 15 at page 98, I think that's 100 then in your electronic package. The building planning bylaw enforcement is a multidisciplinary team of building officials, bylaw enforcement, and a planner whose title is a junior planner, who is currently a candidate member of the professional planners. That is a process that usually takes about 3 years to become a registered professional planner, which she is working towards her accreditation onto that. Not going to touch too much on the 2023 highlights. Council saw about 35 or so reports from building and planning, ranging from quite a few legislative updates that have come about, planning applications, site plan control agreements, building updates in general, and about 4 or 5 on the fire hall itself that started. 2024, we continue to see the challenge of securing lands. We're working towards an official plan amendment that is currently being appealed, working on that end of things. A new PPS, provincial policy statement, was supposed to come out probably over a year ago. We are expecting to see that in the first quarter of this year. That is particularly important because in 2024, we're planning on doing an update to our official plan, the Town of Hanover's official plan. We're trying to start on as many aspects of that as we can. However, being cognizant that the PPS, as it comes out, has a lot in determining what some of that plan looks like. There's also a new building code coming out in 2024. Haven't seen one of those in quite some time. We're being told there's 2,400 changes as part of that. A lot of it energy efficiency, sustainability, things like that, which will require some training and getting up to speed to that regard. 2024, we'll continue to review and process development applications and building permits as we have. Building's kind of funny. I show you the revenue for a building permit in 2023, and that's just when the permit's issued. Really, it's a tip of the iceberg. On a larger scale project, there might be 500, 800 hours of inspections that take part of that project. So while the permit's issued, it reflects as what the revenue is that year. Really, a lot of the work comes over the predecessing 2 years, 1 year, whatever the project may be. The town's continuing intent to implement or look at implementing development charges. If I can go into the 2024 versus 2023 budget, a few things I would note. Chris did indicate previously the salaries. Previously, all building and planning department salaries were just in building. That is not overly accurate. Therefore, we've allocated time for the planning side of things and the building side to fairly accurately show where the time is spent between both. So you will see an increase in line item 8100-1110 at 104,100. There was no costs incurred in prior years. And 2400-1110 regular salaries under building as 170,400. down from previously approved 297. The actuals for 2023, the reason they're much lower than the approved is because we went through a lot of transition in terms of our staff. We had had a staff member that was here a long time, left, was on a part-time basis, very minor part-time basis until we were to bring on the full complement of staff to get us back up to where we previously were in 2021, 2022. Going down to line item 8100-3316 consultant fees, typically about 20,000. That is now showing 89,900. That is costs that are anticipated for development charges, which is approximately $50,000, and our update for our official plan, which are carried about $16,000. You will see the offset from the transfer of reserves on 8100-0934 of 66,800. Those are really those two line items being transferred from reserves to facilitate this. Transfer to reserves, 8100-5213 near the bottom is $10,000 we do transfer every year to reserves to use for updates, planning updates, very similar to what we're proposing in our official plan update and for development charges. So the cost for doing those two are being taken from reserves. Finally, just briefly in the industrial park, you see some sale of lands in 2023. You see none in 2024. We have nothing left to sell right now. So, animal control, I think you asked Counselor before. If there's any more questions on that, I can answer them now.
Okay, questions? Deputy Mayor Dickert.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Andrew. Are we still using a engineering firm to assist with inspections, or have we, with the replaced staff, are we able to do that all internally?
Through Your Worship, I've gradually reduced the fee on that under consultant fees, I believe. Sorry, contract fees, 2,400, 3,525. It was 20,000. You see the actuals from last year. Reduced, I've reduced it again in the proposed. Again, very specialized inspections. We do use that service as the internal staff achieves more and more in terms of the MMAH exams, the less this is required. So I would anticipate this will continue to go down until it's really at zero.
Councillor Fleet.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thanks, Andrew, for your report. I was just looking at this is on page 96, noticeable achievements. Building permits, you had 105, slightly down from the previous year. Is this a trend we're going to see, do you feel, going into 24, 25?
Through Your Worship, I don't expect so. I hope not. The year ended and we had 9 in the queue that were applied for. They just weren't issued. So really a timing thing would have made those numbers almost align. Again, last year, we did not have available building lots in terms of residential until really the fall. So a lot of new builds couldn't happen until that time. So no, I hope not. And I certainly don't anticipate that. We've got another subdivision that is currently trying to meet their draft plan conditions. The hope is that they achieve that and we could move right into another subdivision.
With no industrial land left, you won't be no permits over there. So I just want, it's just basically your housing.
Through Your Worship, I would say nothing's happened on our industrial lands up until this year for the last 4 years already. So granted, yes, there won't be an opportunity to see permits back there unless there's renovations. We saw a sale of land back there late 2023 that we anticipate seeing a permit for in 2024. You also saw the official plan amendment and zoning bylaw for the Volkswagen dealership out there. While it's not a full new build, it is a renovation and requires a building permit in addition. So you'll see the redevelopment of lands. While we don't have any more to sell, there is still lands there that are vacant, just currently not, owned by the town or, limited control other than site plan control.
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you. Vehicle expenses, which there was none budgeted in 2023. There's 23.9 in 2024. I'm assuming that's the new vehicle that's out there or that we're using for the building department. Are there an offsetting savings somewhere else now that we have that vehicle?
Through your worship, I'll answer half of that question and then I'll ask Chris to answer some. If you reference, I believe, 2400-5213 transfer to reserves of $2,500 a year. That's monies we put away every year to replace bylaw vehicle after so many years. That you do not see money going in there anymore, the 2,500. Well, compared to the 23, it's minor in difference, but I know that contribution is partially an offset, and in terms of the rest, I'll maybe rely on Chris.
Okay, there's two vehicles under this. One is for the bylaw enforcement officer and 50% of that is there. So 5,500 of that goes to this budget and the other 5,500 went to parking. And then you also have the actual vehicle that we have that's about $9,400 a year for that, for the lease for the terrain for the building inspector.
And finally, line item 2400-2410, or sorry, 2411 fuel expenses. Chris, I don't know how that's reflected. Will that be reflected with a gas card portion now compared to the kilometers that used to be paid for us using our individual vehicles?
We put that one down so that we could distinguish between the two vehicles. The bylaw enforcement, because 50% only goes there. So that's where the vehicle expenses just for that. But the actual budget, when we were doing it, we put it all together in one, but we added a different line after the fact. So that the 50% for the bylaw enforcement could be different from the amount for the terrain for the building inspector. So we added another account after the budget was already set up.
And which line would show the reduction that, as you said, we were paying mileage to you for your personal vehicle use, so I'm assuming there's a savings line there somewhere.
That would be under the benefits.
So mileage was considered benefit? So it's gone from 72 down to 55 then.
Councillor Sackle.
Thank you, Your Worship. Andrew, I'm looking at 2024 proposed. You mentioned development charge expectations would be about $89,900. How many permits would that be? And where would that be coming from specifically? Cedar Heights, East and West, are you thinking?
Through your worship, Councillor, are you referencing 8100-3316, the 89,000?
I am.
Yeah, I'm anticipating we won't be collecting any development charges in 2024. That's really just the cost to do the study to get us prepared to implement.
Or the development charges. Thank you for the
When
clarification.
that becomes time potentially to introduce it, that would be really coming from Chris and building as to
Okay,
where that gets proportioned to percentage wise.
all right, thank you.
If the development charges go forward, Councillor Stackle, they will end up going to a reserve fund, but it will be the obligatory reserve funds because they have to be set up just so you can't just use them willy-nilly. You have to use them exactly for how they're collected for. So there'll be a special area in the obligatory reserves that have to be used for that purpose.
Anyone else before we move on? Okay, thanks, Andrew. So now we're on to economic development with April Marshall on section 16.
Good evening. So just a quick recap of 2023. I think we were very successful in finding grant opportunities to advance some of our strategic initiatives. So this included advancing our HIP apprentice campaign and having a coordinator on board to work with Launchpad and tailor some of the programming happening there, as well as some video development that will be launched soon. We completed phase 2 of our wayfinding. With the Lead the Charge initiative, which is Bruce Power and Wisterio Power, we installed our 2 new EV chargers. Our CIP continues to be very strong, especially in the downtown in 2023, and it directly resulted in assisting the growth of 2 businesses. We also are very good in economic development at partnering and sharing resources. So we have seen a lot of success through our Saugeen Connects partnership, workforce development collaborations, joint marketing campaigns with the DIA and Chamber, and of course, helping our events start and grow through the Event Development Fund. So we've updated our goals and objectives for 2023 to 2027, essentially using our town corporate strategic plan and then our economic tourism and cultural development, updated our strat plan using those objectives, and they've really merged together nicely. So again, our goals and objectives continue to be growth and attraction, demographics, engagement of our business community, culture, and tourism. So the proposed changes for 2024 include, and just highlighting where they fit within the strategic plan, and I use the town strategic plan to point these ones out. So under healthy, welcoming community. So embracing community diversity, equity, and inclusion. So we want to incorporate some of the topics that or keynote presentations through some of our cultural development events that we're planning to do a cultural spring symposium and deliver some EDI training. That's council, staff, and our community or committee stakeholders will be invited to. We will offset that with a grant from the Economic Development Council of Ontario for that training. Under strong and vibrant economy, again, we want to leverage our location as a regional hub and to attract new business and local jobs. So we want to continue the good work that we've done with Launchpad to leverage the resources of that facility to really grow and support our businesses and that workforce development. We want to continue to enhance and impact our CIP and strengthen our HIP Entrepreneur campaign as a focus this year. So the CIP, again, to leverage those incentives to spur development and business growth. And then through HIP Entrepreneur, we would like to launch a business campaign or a business contest to attract new business to town, and we'll reward them for choosing Hanover as that location. We want to promote tourism as an economic driver by creating a tourism plan, or at least something that we can really leverage our town amenities and our features to get people to stop. That's what I keep hearing is like, how do we get people to stop? So let's create something fun and exciting to do that. We've also had a lot of discussions about hotel development, so putting some money in the budget to support that. And we want to build our tourism collaborations between culture, heritage, and downtown by launching a tourism app that would allow us to share our stories, videos, photos, tours, events. It has gamification features and special discounts that we can apply for downtown retailers with the DIA's collaboration on that initiative. So again, just looking forward, we want to continue to provide those incentives for business development and improvements through our CIP. And of course, for event development through our Event Development Fund. We want to continue to promote collaboration and stakeholder participation in culture, tourism, and marketing efforts to assist in our attraction efforts and building awareness and support Hanover's position as a regional hub and destination for commerce, entertainment, and activity. We're going to finalize our wayfinding plan. So phase 3 is scheduled for 2024, and that whole project will be complete. Again, just talking about Launchpad and all the great work we've done there and just continuing to build on that and really leverage that center for our workforce development needs and continuing to work with our regional stakeholders so we can share resources and not duplicate efforts. So I think that's all reflected in the budget. I would be happy, I don't know if you want me to go into any detail about line items or if you would prefer just to ask any questions if you have any right now. I can tell you though, that the actuals of 2023, our grant funds hadn't been implemented in this when it was printed off. So you will see the actuals going down significantly because those grants have now been realized, those funds. If you're asking about part-time wages, that's where we captured our HIP apprentice coordinator role, which was offset by grant funds as well. So that won't be continuing into the next year. But if you look at 2024, all the things that I mentioned is incorporated in each line item. And then with Launchpad, you'll see our contribution lessened because we're recognizing the repayment plan that we have structured for them. And just again, supporting the fact that Launchpad is very dependent on the town of Hanover. We've recognized that and realized that through the work we did this previous year. But we're confident that we're able to repay the loan as we've laid out. So the assistance in keeping that line item at the same, I know is a desire of the board. So I will stop there and answer any questions you might have.
Thanks, April. Deputy Mayor Dickert.
Thank you, Your Worship. And this maybe isn't as specific to this budget as could be, but at the Roma conference last week, Minister Thompson announced a new stream of rural economic development funding.
Yeah.
And I just wondered, is there going to be some opportunities for us to apply there? I know there's no guarantee you get them, but will there be an opportunity? Do you have a project in mind that you would apply for?
Certainly, thank you. Definitely, we've seen a lot of success through the RED program, so I think it's prudent for us to apply. I know I'm attending a webinar on Wednesday just to go over what the criteria, what they're looking for, and I'm working with the executive director at Launchpad to see what our best opportunity to apply for is. So yes, please stay tuned for that. I think the idea being is not to chase dollars, but to work with what we're already planning to do and be able to realize some funding opportunities to support that.
Which is type of thing I was hoping that we would be able to apply some of the projects we have here to that application. So that, like, not looking for a new place to spend money, just looking for
Exactly.
a place to support what we have. Yes.
Yes, and if I could further that, we've been doing a lot of cultural work with Minto and Wellington North because they're the other two municipalities within the Saugeen region that have cultural roundtables. So I know we just had a meeting as well, and we are looking at some tourism funding so that we could help fund like the tourism app and some of the other initiatives that we want to do for culture days and things like that.
Councillor Fleet.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, April, for your report. the Saugeen Connects saw 60 area youth start 58 businesses through the Saugeen Summer Student Startup Program. How many students would be from Hanover?
So certainly in 2023, we saw the least amount of Hanover participants that we've seen in the past, and I can contribute that to having difficulties getting in the school to promote it. You build up really strong relationships with some teachers, and I'm able to get in to promote. And then this past year, it's just been a little bit more difficult. But I'm hoping to see that increase again in 2024. We are planning on creating a video that would be attractive to youth that we can more easily share, and it's not so dependent on like my time getting into the school. It can be broadcasted can be broadcasted out and really show the success of the students that have participated to gain more momentum.
So basically no Hanover students?
Oh, sorry, we had 4. Yeah, we had 4 in 2023. Yeah. But the previous year before that, we had 17, and the previous year before that, we had 11. So, yeah.
Councillor Hudson.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm wondering, April, if you can just explain to me marketing and branding, what your plan is for that. For the additional, sorry, it's on page 107 of this. And it's on 107 on the paper copy 107, sorry. Number 8200 3627.
Yeah, so through marketing and branding, that's where the CIP is captured. So actually a lot of our projects are captured under that. So we have our wayfinding captured under that as an expense. Through the CIP, I guess separate is, a big chunk of this is fulfilling the agreement with 223 10th Street when they complete the different levels of floors for that project. Then we have included our regular $40,000 budget for our CIP streams. And then we have some downtown streetscape. We have the HIP implementation and that tourism projects that I mentioned. Those are captured under there. So with the CIP, because you'll recall as well that we were getting a $20,000 grant per year from Grey County, which has come to an end in 2023. So the way we structured this budget was that we would increase the tax dollar amount. So the town of Hanover has always contribute $20,000 budget to support the CIP, realizing that a $40,000 overall budget is best to support the kind of products that we want to see. And that's the trends we're seeing of how it's being used. So we thought to put tax dollars in of 25,000 and then use our reserves of 15 to keep it at that $40,000 mark. And then every year, our thoughts were to increase our tax amount by $5,000 until we reach that 40,000. So all of that is captured under marketing and branding.
And the county portion is expected to come back in 2025.
Hopefully, our letter was received, and I know there's been discussions at the county level, so they have committed to support it through the tax increment grant and development charges deferrals, but we're hoping to see that $20,000 revenue to support the grants coming back, yes.
Councillor Cable.
Well, thank you, Worship. Thank you very much for the report, April. It's always great to see all the different things that are happening in order to boost tourism and to support businesses within the town of Hanover. I'm just wondering if you could tell us a little bit more about phase 3 of the wayfinding signage and what that is proposed to include.
So our final year of wayfinding actually includes some parks and recreation signs as well. So Laura and I are working together on that. So that will include like information kiosks at our parks, some new park entrance signs, and then some additional trail directional signage. And then as far as the economic development side, we're completing the secondary signs. So the primary signs are the big ones you see around with a nice banner on the side, and those are the main direction. And then the secondary development signs are just they're just a little bit different in how they appear visually. They're just those secondary signs. So once you get off the beaten path, they're trying to say, okay, now I'll go here to our business park or go over here to yeah, exactly, lawn bowling or whatever they may be. Yeah.
And it's my understanding that the total cost for the wayfinding signs is estimated to be $60,000. And there's some revenue projected to come in to support that. I'm just wondering where we would expect that the revenue is coming from for those signs.
We got rural economic development funding. So it was a 3-year project. So that's the grant portion that we'll be receiving this year.
Okay, and so that red grant needs to be spent by the end of the current year?
No, they ended their fiscal year, which is the end of March. Yeah.
Excellent, thank you.
Other questions? Okay, thanks, April. So now we're on to, where do I get my agenda here? So Chris, section 17, there's a few there.
Thank you, Your Worship. Section 17 is the other boards that make up the town budgets, and there's Saugeen Valley Conservation, the Saugeen Municipal Airport, and the Smart Transit, Saugeen Mobility and Regional Transit. And the big increase was basically Saugeen Valley. There was about a 9.5% increase over their previous total. So it was 12,900 increase of our total 13,200 increase for all 3 of these areas. The next 3 pages are the backup information that was received from each individual board. So Saugeen Valley Conservation to show their amount for the town of Hanover, this requirement. the Saugeen Municipal Airport amount that was required, their whole budget was attached, as well as the SMART. So I would think if anyone has any questions, I would suggest they talk to the representative from the town council on those, if they have any questions.
Are there any questions? Counselor Cable.
Thank you, Your Worship. I guess to Councillor Hawking regarding the Saugeen Municipal Airport budget. So just wondering, I know that I think it was in 2023 that we had a bit of a hiccup there where the one municipality didn't want to fund the increase. And so then the budget had to stay flat. Do we anticipate that the proposed 2024 budget would be approved? Do we know how that's going?
To Councillor Cable, we don't know. We've sent out the notice budgets. We've asked for a 5% increase. And as you know, just to explain that point again, because we're in a three-party relationship, Brockton, I'm going to say reneged because that's what they did, which then forced the town of Hanover and the municipality of West Gray to rescind their amount. So we were flatlined last year, and hopefully we're not flatlined this year. I can't verify that. We'll find out. Thank you.
Okay, I don't see any other hands. So, Chris. Item 4.4, 2024 draft budget.
Okay, if we go to section 18. It'll be for capital. So basically this a word summary here to show you where the total amount that we're purchasing for capital in 2024 is proposed at $15.9 million. And there's a breakdown of which reserves and reserve fund is covering 2.8 million. Grants, we're getting about 3.1, other, which is 7.1 million. Most of that is borrowing for the fire hall. And then user fees of $1.5 million. Water being 623,000 and wastewater about 935,400. So that gives you each individual project. I'm not going to go through each of them because we can go through each individual project if council has any questions on that. The next page is comparing your capital budget from 2024 proposed to what was in 2023. So technically we've gone up about $66,300 and it's all monies that are earmarked from OLG for tax purposes to go towards the capital. You'll notice that last year we had projects of about 10.6 million and this year it's 15.9. The next one is an actual chart showing you the investment from tax dollars towards capital. And then if we go to section 19, this is the actual budget forecast summary for 2024 that totals that $15.9 million. And there's 28 individual projects. After these 2 pages of the capital budget forecast summary, you'll notice to the left of each of the projects, I put a number there. And then if you go to the individual project in the bottom left-hand corner, we'll actually say this is project 1, and it will give you all the details for the individual projects, as well as how they're being financed, where the expenses are coming from, whether it's being funded from federal grants, donations, miscellaneous revenue, or tax dollars. So there's, like I said, there's 28 projects. There's a lot of pages. They're going from page 117 from the beginning of section 19 all the way to page 160. So I would suggest if you have any questions on any individual capital project, because I'm sure you've had plenty of time to read all of them, and you have all your little notes of all the questions you want to ask, and each individual department head will be able to answer your applicable questions.
Okay, thanks, Chris. So who wants to start? On any of the projects, questions, comments, Councillor Cable.
Thank you, Your Worship. Hopefully we're allowed to ask this. This is on page 121 for the fire hall. We have in here how the fire hall is proposed to be funded. And so of course we have our 5.57 million from other revenue, which I assume is probably going to be a long-term loan. We have then 428,700 from a provincial grant and $1 million from a federal grant. So are those proposed, or are those grants that have been applied for? Is that what, I guess I'm wondering what the status is.
I'm not sure if council remember when the report came back to council on it, says we would apply for as many grants as possible. We have applied for the Green Municipal Grant and we've applied for Skills Development Grant, which would total about $1,044,000. And then through that same green municipal funding, sorry, there's also the ability to borrow from them at a lower cost. So that was the $5.57 million. If that does not come to fruition, and none of the grants happen, then we're just going to be borrowing the full $7 million. And that will be just from the borrowing through a bank or another entity at this point. But this is what we've applied for right now. We're hopeful. They've come back to us a couple times. They've given us some details, but fingers crossed we can get some money there.
And is it fair to say that some of these grants that we would not have been able to apply for if we were not building a net zero fire hall?
The skills development, we probably still could have applied for because it's for the training portion of the building, but the Green Municipal Fund would not have been able to apply without the net zero.
Excellent. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Hey, Councillor Fleet.
Your worship, this might be a question for Jeff. The replacement of a rescue pumper, it just seems like we got the pumper that we have now. Is this something we really need to deal with at this point?
Through you, your worship, different truck. This is our rescue pump. We bought in 2020, we bought a pumper tanker. So this is a 1999 that's costing us more and more money every year to upkeep. And so it will help us to reduce some of that cost.
Thank you.
Councillor Cable.
And on that same item, your worship, as far as how it's going to be funded, it says miscellaneous other revenue for $650,000 in 2025. Would the idea be, Chris, that we would do the internal borrowing from ourselves again, and we would finance that out over a certain number of years?
That is the plan. It's my understanding, though, it may take longer than 2 years because it takes almost 1.5 years just to get the chassis. So that 650 may push out to 2 years in advance. So yeah, it will be an internal loan.
All right, I don't see any other hands. So, and that's it for you, Chris, right?
Nope, have section 20.
Oh, sorry.
It's just a 5-year budget forecast summary, so you have an idea of the next projects. There should be 4 pages worth of that. So you'll see that we have about 13.4 million in 2025, about 6.9 million in 2026, 3.5 in 2027, and almost 38.8 million in 2028. That's the year where the wastewater treatment plant starts to come into focus for changes. So this is the big ones. Again, these are not etched in stone. These are just projects that we know of that we have in the queue to put you towards. I think there was a question for one of Laura's. It was the Kinsman Ballpark. You'll notice on page number 3 of that 4-page 5-year forecast, it's set to go in 2025 for $120,000. It was already there, in case you were wondering.
Councillor Cable. I can just tell.
I'm still back in the other tab, your worship. The general capital projects. I'm on project number 5. It's on page 128. 21st Ave and 15th Street closed paving. I'm just wondering, Ron, it says here that the underground infrastructure is in good shape, so only the road would require reconstruction, including curb and gutter. So when we say that it's in good condition, about how far out would we then expect that your water and your sewer would have to be replaced?
It would be a long ways out on that one. Like it would be 25, 35 years longer.
Okay, excellent. And just a question there. So on that strip of road, what did I have here? So there's a light at the corner of 15th Close. Like it's at there's only one light on that street. It's at 15th Close. Do we end up adding additional lights during this type of the reconstruction project?
It's something we could look at, but actually we have not. I think there's one at the corner and then back in the Close, there's one back in the cul-de-sac. And then I think where it meets out onto each of the intersecting streets, 14th and 16th, there would be street lighting there and some we could have a look at, but I had not anticipated doing additional street lighting at this time.
Okay, yeah, I wasn't sure how it gets built into some of these projects. When I was on 7th Street, this project number 6, page 129. So it talks about there would be a new sidewalk that would be added onto there. And on 7th Street, there's really very few lights currently. And I assume since we're gonna be adding that sidewalk onto there, would we then assess that area to see whether there's an opportunity to add additional street lights onto 7th Street?
Once again, that's 7th Street. We're just getting into the design this year, so it's something that could be looked at, and some of those areas in there, we have to make sure what's available in terms of getting electrical supply to some of that area to put streetlights on. If, if it doesn't exist out front, some areas have rear yard feeds for electrical supply, and that gets a little more difficult out front, but it's something we could take a look at.
If you don't mind, that would be great, since we're gonna put the sidewalk in anyways. And my only other question with, this is kind of back to project number 5. We're paving on 21st Ave, and we know that last year we reconstructed 11th Street, which went up to 21st Ave. At what point then, so we have 11th Street is fully reconstructed, fully reconstructed 11th Street. Then 21st Ave going up, up to 14th Street is very wide, very rough. At what point would we then look at reconstructing, I guess, would it be a full reconstruction then in order to go from 11th Street up to 14th Street on 21st Ave?
I'll answer that one at some point in time, but there's other areas that we got to get to first.
So in the meantime, it's kind of, we'll just, we just
It would-
patch and,
I would think to carry forward for a number of years, we would be looking at that as a resurfacing project. There would at least be one more application of resurfacing happening. 21st Ave is one project, the street right adjacent to it, same thing, 19th Avenue. Both of those are candidates for resurfacing project.
excellent, thank you.
Okay, oh, geez. Counselor Hawking, then Counselor Fleet, then Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Worship. I just, in the spirit of transparency, I just want to make sure that council is aware of protection services on our capital 5-year budget forecast. It's got police station renovation in 2026. As you know, there's an ad hoc committee being appointed, and we're currently doing a review process as a result of the emergency services we did earlier, which spawned the construction of the fire hall. I just want to make sure you're aware of that. We're not only considering renovations, but we're also considering a new build. So that has changed from our emergency services, and we're currently have completed a SWOT analysis, and we're meeting next week, and a report will be forthcoming. I'm going to say maybe a couple of months from now, and we'll have our recommendation to council for what we do as part of upgrading our police services. Okay, thank you.
Counselor Fleet.
Thank you, Your Worship. Ron, this is just a question about urbanization. 14th Street going north past, say, Home Hardware. There a lot of people use that walking up to Home Hardware, whatever, and there's no sidewalks. I know we went the other way to Cedarwell West, but I think it's very important that we look at getting a sidewalk in there.
I'll just say that that's a county road project on 24th Avenue, and they're looking at coming back, doing that section 10th to 14th in a 2025.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. And Ron, I'm going to go back to the 21st Ave project. I noticed you talked curb and gutter, but there's no mention of sidewalk on that. And was there a reason the sidewalk was eliminated there, especially with the seniors home? Just up around the corner, wouldn't that be a good place to add sidewalk while we're doing a reconstruction?
Sidewalk was not included in that one. we have a policy and if it's a local street, unless it's on a street that's connecting between neighborhoods, we look at that street as being 19th Avenue, it stops at 14th, stops at 16th Street and's got a cul-de-sac in the middle, so it would be one based upon it's not connectivity to neighborhood. It's not a direct route taking you to school senior, so based upon the criteria, it was a no for sidewalk.
I would have thought that does connect the neighborhood because 17th Street Crescent down in there is, to me, is a separate neighborhood from 21st Ave. And I know that when we approved the subdivision off 17th over on the other side, that was one of the concerns those residents has, was lack of sidewalk. And, you know, just demographics change, and we hear a lot of talk about walkability in a town and the ability to increase the road allowance for not only vehicles. So I'm just thinking perhaps that should be revisited.
I guess it could be looked at. When I looked at the policy, I would say based upon the criteria there that it doesn't meet the requirements, and that's the way it was set up. I know that if it was on 14th Street, that's a definite, we would be having a sidewalk there. Basically all of the sections north of 14th Street, that whole area there, including subdivisions as they've been brought on in the last few years, have been developed without sidewalks north of 14th Street.
So we may want to revisit the sidewalk policy somewhere in 2024. That's only been in how many years? Couple of years, not long.
Ron would know that history, but it's not that long that it's been in place. Do you know the timing of that, Ron? It's within the last 5 years, I would say.
Yeah.
I was gonna say Deputy Mayor Dickert, I think you initiated that, did you not? Not to point, but I believe you were the one who suggested that, but it's definitely within the last 5 years.
So we could,
2021.
yeah. So we could take a look at that, so, and see.
I just feel that is a good, you know, to me, that's a perfect place for improving walkability, especially when we have a seniors complex there. A growing, you know, it's a growing neighborhood, a growing area of town, and walking and active transportation are becoming more and more prominent in a lot of discussions. So I think perhaps it's just worth a revisit of that policy then to see whether we can maybe expand on it. So thank you.
I was just going to add, like, when you look at 21st Ave, like, to me, would it be 20th Ave that goes directly to the seniors Rivera? Is it 19th? Thank you. So, you know, to me, 19th, if this was a resurfacing of 19th, that would, you know, that would make sense that is the case. This is kind of that street in between 19th, and the other one would be, yes, thank you. I looked at the map this morning and what was it? It was 21st Ave. So when you think of 21st Ave and 19th, to me, those are those streets in those areas. And I agree, if we were resurfacing those, that sidewalks would make a lot of sense on those ones for sure.
I think it would be optimal if we had a plan of the entire town where there are no sidewalks, so that whether it's 5 years, 10 years, or 15 years, or maybe 35, as Chris says, on certain roads being reconstructed, what side the sidewalk would be going on, and we would all be aware eventually of when the sidewalks are coming in. So just something to put on the side of your desk there, Ron, along with all those other departments. Chris?
The reason I said 35 is part of our asset management plan is that the underground is 80 years for water, sewer, all the road base, but the road surface has to be changed out every 35 years. So you get 2 lifts of the actual road before you have to dig it all up again and do everything all at once. So this is one of those projects where the underground is good for another 35 years plus.
All right. Where are we? You're still, Chris, you still have? No. Ah. So, all right. So next is introduction of new business, possible cost savings considerations. So we have updated list number 1, and then what's the council consideration list? The second one we received?
Yes, through you, your worship. The updated list number 1 is your information to provide you the background and how we made some cuts from the original amounts that we gave you back in November to get down to the 9.3 million approximately levy. So here's all the information, how we came up with the 1.1 million cuts to get to where we are right now. So this is where we're at this point, the updated list number 1. That's exactly where we're at right now. So those ones have already been cut. The next list is council's consideration. If you're not, if you wish to change the levy from the 9.2963 to something different, this is your opportunity to take a look at any of these council consideration lists and ask staff who have presented them forward as possibilities for you, how that will affect.
Okay, so before we start, I want to share that a consideration for this council would be to defer the project we were just talking about, which is the 21st Avenue project. That project is $365,000. It's on, I should tell you, it's on page 128 or page 130 electronically. So that this project has a B priority and a weighting of 70 to 79%. The other 2 road projects have an A priority with a weighting of 80 to 100%. We're still actioning our strategic plan goals for safe and reliable infrastructure with the other 2 road projects while deferring 1 project into the 2025 budget year. That would allow us to reduce the amount required, the levy amount required by $181,300 and meet the desired impact of 7%. But also being responsible, we could, with a commitment to this project, I would suggest, if council considers this, that we still collect the other $184,000 in this budget in 2024. To me, that's like paying for that project half this year and the other half next year, segue into sidewalks that could be included in 2025. It still allows us to do all of our strategic plan initiatives. And to me, this is long-term thinking. We're still building our community as a regional center. We're elevating our community for business and strengthening our economy with all of our strategic initiatives while maintaining our current programs and services. And that would take us to the 7% that we're working on. So that's a suggestion, a consideration while you discuss items on the consideration list. Just something to think about. Maybe should have told you about that at the beginning of the meeting and so I'm not sure how you want to go through this list. Are there specific items you want to see cut, reduced, included? Or do you want to take a serious thought about deferring that project? Deputy Mayor Dickert.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I appreciate that input. I think I actually like that approach. It gets us down to a manageable, or at least the target that I had in my mind. It puts some money towards that, so that's not as big a hit for next year. So I do like that. At the same time, there is also some other items that I think I would still like to consider that were on these lists. And if we can do even better, well, that's great. Fully supporting the idea that we do, we're not going to try and cut services. And I think Councillor Hawking said earlier tonight, 70 or 83% of people didn't want to see services cut. I kind of looked at that survey feedback as 73% of the people didn't want the taxes to go up though either. because, 56, I believe it was, said, I wouldn't mind paying more for the services, but it would be on a user fee basis. And then there was also a 23% or something that said, I don't want taxes to go up. In fact, I want them to go down. So, there's, I guess, a couple of ways of looking at, but like I said, I'd still like to see us go through the list, because I'm sure around the table here, we have some ideas of other things. But I do appreciate your suggestion, and I support that. I think that's a great place to start. And it likely makes a lot of the others a lot easier as we go forward. But and I'll start myself right at the council budget. And I looked at the $3,000 for conferences and that, and I think we certainly have room to cut that back. I had kind of picked $1,800 per counselor. I think it's important that we go to Roma and AMO and things of that nature, because, just sitting through the delegations earlier or last week and back in the summer with AMO, you don't always get the answer you're looking for then, but I think you plant the seed to gain that down the road. So I wouldn't want to see us give up those opportunities totally. I think we can do with less than what we had in the budget. Printing and advertising, I guess my question, what do we actually do from the council side for printing and advertising? We had, was it 2,300 in there, and can we do that for 1,000 or something like that? I asked Chris, I guess, what that really includes.
I would say that it's anything specific from a council perspective that, and we don't print as much as we used to, but there would be times that maybe we would sponsor an ad in the Post or something when they would do an ad sponsor. I'm trying to think of an example, like commencement, they used to have ad sponsorships and those types of things where you would be asked to put an ad and those types of things to help sponsor it. So that's where that would come from, anything like that. Or if council, the commencement one's the best one that I can think of, not commencement, the graduates. It's the graduate one that I can think of. So, but we've been, Remembrance Day was another one when they used to have you would sponsor a veteran. But again, our advertising has been less over the last number of years, that's for sure.
And speaking in support of one of the other ones in that group, when we were talking to residents, physician recruitment was important. So I would like to see that one stay in there. I know it was on one of our potential lists, but I think that we get pretty good value from the people on that committee that are out there. I think back to when Mr. Rogan was in and gave his presentation. He donates a lot of time, and I would hate to see us discourage the volunteer effort that goes into that by not helping out a bit on that one. So I would like to see that one stay as proposed, but the other two I would offer up as something that we could certainly start with as far as some additional savings.
Okay, so Deputy Mayor, I'm sure we're going to have people taking notes here. So the first one is to reduce the council, what is it called, on
The training,
training.
but you're asking to go to 1,800 a piece. We had it down to 2,000 a piece. That's what the 7,000 savings would have been. So you're asking for $8,400 then, if you're asking everyone to do 18, because we had 3,000 for everyone. Yeah, so it was 3,000, so that's 21,000 versus you want 12,600. We had 14. So we had you down at 2,000 and you asked for 1,800 a person. So that's where the 7,000 came in, but when you requested 18, now you're asking for more, another $1,400 off there. Or do you just want it down to 2,000 each?
Wait, let's go back. Chris, where are you on the reductions, the considerations? But you're not on the you're looking at the actual department budget, I think, are you? So if you go to the consideration page.
It's on the first.
Yes.
Yeah. The first one shows 7,000 to reduce the training by $1,000. So it goes from 3,000 down to 2, but Deputy Mayor Dickard said 1,800 a piece, so that's another $1,400. So do you want it to be at 2,000 or 1,800?
I just looked at the numbers from last year or for 2023, and I thought 1,800 was sufficient to cover it all.
Okay, so there would be savings of 8,400 there. And then the other one was to reduce the printing and advertising and drop that to $1,000. So that would be 1,300 savings there. So you're at $9,700. And then if you're adding in your 181.3 that Mayor Sue had talked about, you're at 191,000 savings.
Other comments? Councillor Hawking.
Thank you, Your Worship. I have 6 in mind, but I'm only going to list 2 because some of them are contentious and I don't want to do that right now. If we're really stuck, I will list my other 4. So I looked at this this whole process as an opportunity to sort of form a template in my mind. And Deputy Mayor Dickert has made reference to it, to our strategic plan. And it gave us a direction on how we are to deliver program and services. And I want to reiterate that previous councils, and I've said this before, have adopted a very progressive manner to deliver programs and services. But in that strategic plan, and Deputy Mayor Dickert referenced it, 56%. So that's over 3 out of 6. And I did that because it took the percentages back into actual numbers. Over 3 out of 6 people in our municipality said, I would sooner pay a user fee in support of our program services than reduce or eliminate them. So using that as my criteria, I'm going to give 2. One was suggested in the staff that was previous, not the one that most recent, and the second one is totally mine. So number 1, I think a user fee on garbage tags should be raised by 50 cents, which would generate $40,000. It's a user fee, it falls into their criteria, and it then lowers our overall cost. And my second one is, even though I am probably one of the strongest proponents of our aquatic program, I believe we should be working to increase the user fees for our aquatic program. And I am recommending that we increase the adult swim memberships by $1 a week, which would be $50 a year. We currently have 484 members, and that would raise $24,200. So those are my 2 suggestions right now. They are strictly based on a user fee principle and nothing else. And I look forward to suggestions from my colleagues.
Okay, so thanks for that, Councillor Hawking. I want to take one step back. Deputy Mayor Dickert, you spoke about doctor recruitment and retention. You want to see it in there. You want to leave it at the 85,000. They did request 100,000.
My desire would be to approve the additional 15,000, so it would be 100.
Okay, so
Your Worship,
yes.
while it's current and it's one of my contentions, I believe we should leave it at 85,000 and ignore the $15,000 increase. That money may go directly into their trust fund and just generate more interest for them. So I think we should look at that physician recruitment. In light of everything else, we should remain at the 85,000. So that's my third point. And I said I wouldn't, but it was current, so that I'm raising an opposition to that suggestion.
Okay, and I will clarify, unless things have changed, the Hospital Foundation does not have a trust fund. Not for doctor recruitment and retention. unless it's changed. So I think we should try and do this if we're gonna do that one at a time. So is council in agreement on the $1,800 for the training and conferences? I'm getting a lot, so that's a yes. So then we're gonna go to doctor recruitment. Are we gonna stick at 85 or go to 100? How's that? Counselor Sacco.
I'm with Deputy Mayor Dickert. Thank you, Your Worship, sorry. I just feel that they made an awesome presentation to us back in, I think it was December. And, you know, the provincial government really isn't doing the funding in municipalities to the degree that's needed. There's a number of people in Hanover that don't even have family doctors. So I don't want to reduce this funding. I would like to give them the 100%.
Sorry, we might need a show of hands on this one. Or do you want to mull it over for a bit until we talk about other items? Like, let me know how you're feeling here. Counselor Cable.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'd written down a proposed phase-in, so we would go to 90,000 this year, with then the idea that it could go up in future years. I would still like to see a better breakdown of where this 85,000 currently goes, and how it's divided out between certain budget lines from the Hospital Foundation.
That has been requested. Chris, did you want to?
It used to be $6,000 for doctor recruitment, 15,000 for housing, and 64,000 for equipment. Going forward, the 85,000, we're giving it to them. They can use it how they feel, because the housing one was no longer a requirement. It was a 5-year program that we had done. So we're looking at it as being the doctor recruitment / rural residency program for 85,000 or 100 or whatever it is the council decides on 24.
And if I can just add to that, like, we used to, that's our breakdown. That's the breakdown we had, and that's what we felt the funding was going, but the check goes to the foundation as 85,000, and how they then deal with it at that point in time is how they deal with it accounting wise, so, or where they allocate it.
Counselor Hawking.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think this is an example of principal LE. I mean, if we give money to organizations, we get a statement of how that breaks down. That's exactly what Councillor Cable's asking for. I mean, we're giving $100,000 that's proposed to the foundation with nothing. We get nothing back. How do we know where it goes? I mean, I'm not trying to imply that there's a bit of underhandedness. I just think it's being accountable to our citizens to say to them, you know, we support you. Don't get me wrong, they do volunteer work, but just to say there it goes, and we have no way of knowing. I think it should be accountable and transparent. And I will take my $100,000 or my original statement back if I'm guaranteed that we get a statement of exactly where the $100,000 go, then I'm for it. But that was really my basis of my concern. So thank you.
Oh, so I would suggest that the check, if we agree on this, the check is not issued until we receive that statement. No different than any other organization that has to fill out that our form. So are we in agreement with the 100,000? Yes. Yes. No. Majority, I think. Go ahead, Councillor Hudson.
I do think the implementation of increments would maybe be an option, that then you're coming back with the information about where it is going.
How do you feel about that? What was it, 90,000? Okay. But we still.
So to reiterate, then we're going to have a savings of $10,000 then. With future budgets to be an implementation of that 5,000 and 5,000. Is that correct?
And each year, before the check is issued,
Yes, but before, for 2024, we're actually going to give 90,000, so that
yes,
additional 15,000 now is only a 5,000, so there's a 10,000 savings.
correct.
Okay,
Okay, all right, so now we're looking at garbage bag tags. Oh, sorry, forgot about the advertising. Do you have an exact listing of everything that's covered? I'd hate to see us short on that.
Yeah, no, unfortunately, we just have it listed as, sorry, right here. We just have it listed as printing and advertising. Yeah. Are you able to go back to 2022, Chris, and what we spent there? Is it simple to do that or no?
I know the majority of our promotion is online now.
My personal thoughts is it's not going to hinder you to drop that by $1,000.
Okay, that's good enough for me.
2022 was $245. 2023 was 647, so I'm thinking 1,000 would be more than sufficient in that one. So we could save $1,300.
Okay. All right, now we can do the bag tags. Comments? Councillor Fleet.
Thank you, your worship. You know, I look at, we increase water, sewer, our taxes, user fees. I can't support garbage bag tag increase. You know, something we haven't talked about, and I think we need to talk about is consultants and engineer fees. You know, Central Wellington are using staff rather than hiring consultants and engineering. And I just wonder how much savings we could make if we looked at, you know, cutting back on our consultants and engineers.
Can we park that and stick with the bag tags right now? Councillor Sackle.
Thank you, your worship. I don't want to support an increase in bag tags. User fees, to me, is something I want to do special. Like take an Aquafit class and pay the user fee for that. But garbage bags are an essential service. And I still remember campaigning and having people complain to me about the price of garbage. So the last thing I want to do is raise the price of the garbage bags.
Councillor Cable.
Thank you, your worship. When I look at the cost of garbage collection, so I know that we raised the tag a few years ago. So when I do the calculation just based on the actual cost, so I look at the fact that we get $103,000 for Ontario stewardship funding, and then the bag tag revenue of 220,000. So we bring in 323. And then I look at our garbage collection contract is 81,000. There's $8,300 for resale, which I assume is the fee that we pay to the people who sell the tags. And then we have recycling contract at 230,000. So our total cost without the other added in items really is 320,000. So at this point, I'm not comfortable raising the bag tags. I think we're pretty much break even if you take out the salary pieces, which really are a different expense in my opinion.
So I'm hearing 3 not in favor of raising bag tags. Deputy Mayor, did you comment on that? Or I just know your thoughts on that? Sorry.
There. It is an interesting topic. And I know we recently saw what happened in Owen Sound with bag tags. Yeah, as I looked at this a little closer over the last couple of days, and I someone in Councillor Cable's camp there, it looks like our bag tags are really supporting what they're intended to already. And I wouldn't be comfortable trying to make a profit on it or trying to support other projects. You know, I'm not sure it covers expansion of a landfill site, and that's an item that is very costly. So I see merit on both sides of this because landfill sites are extremely expensive to build. So you have to kind of consider that on top of what we're talking about here. So maybe you didn't know me as well as you thought.
Councillor Cable.
Thank you, Worship. But my understanding was always when we increased the bag take the last time, we always knew that full producer responsibility was coming. And we know that we're transitioning in 2025, so we should see some savings as far as the recycling collection contract. And so hopefully, like I assume that if we raise the bag take to $3 this year, we're not going to lower it back down to $2.50 next year because we're saving, right? So I'm hoping if we hold it flat this year, next year we'll realize savings that can maybe go towards landfill.
Thanks, Lindsay. I'm hearing majority on no on raising the bag tags. Okay. Now we're on Adult Swim. Oh, sorry. You want to go? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Worship. I'm wondering, instead of directly raising the price by $1, in the budget here, maybe Laura can clarify. So this is on page 87 of Parks and Recreation and Culture. The line is under aquatic programs. And it's 7220-0608 passes and memberships for adults. So in 2023, we approved $55,000 was going to come in. The actual at this point in time when it was printed was 60,700. And then the 2024 proposed is down to 53,800. So unless there's a specific reason why we think it's going to go down, I would suggest that we hold the 2024 proposed at 60,700. And that there would bring in an additional $6,900. And we just work to increase the passes memberships that are sold.
Did you want to comment on that, Laura?
Yes, please. Thank you. That is certainly something we consider. I do feel it is critical for us to kind of find that balance kind of between generating that revenue and ensuring that our programs remain affordable or accessible. I do acknowledge the potential need to do an increase to kind of ensure that sustainability of our facilities. And just want to say we must equally consider the negative implications that a significant increase could have on our current patrons. So I certainly think that's something we could look at.
I would also just add, Your Worship, that we know that we did approve in our rates and fees for the fee to go up. So hopefully for us to estimate that we're going to bring in the same as our 2023 actual when this was printed would be a reasonable estimate.
Any other comments about the raising, not raising?
Well, I just raise these for discussion, and I like a compromise. So if we could somehow just generate a little more income through user fees or whatever, it helps the overall position. I mean, our hydro goes up, our electricity goes up, our employee costs go up, and for us just to remain static is not viable in the long term, because down the road, you're going to be faced with one whopper, and you're going to, it's going to be not a nice situation. So a gradual increase, I'm all for it, and it satisfies the principle that I believe that we need to help, not pay for the whole thing, but help in the support of our program and services. So I'm fine.
So we're leaving that as is. Okay, No.
Basically, what it means, or what I'm hearing, is that account number 017220-0608 passes and memberships. We will revise the projected revenue to be 60,700 versus the current 53,800, which is about $7,000. It's not quite 6,900, correct? $6,900. So that does not mean that passes and memberships are going up by $1 a week as suggested by Councillor Hawking. However, that perhaps is something that Laura can note, and it could be something that PRC advisory consider for 2025 membership pricing as a consideration, whether it's that or is there a compromise to what that may be.
Because otherwise our bylaw, we need to change the bylaw,
Correct.
right?
That would be correct.
So, Councillor Sack.
Thank you, Your Worship. As someone who uses the pool, Laura, if I get a pass for Aquafit, it's a different price than it is for adult senior. So when we look at adult here, are we talking about adult senior, not Aquafit?
They're actually the same price.
If I go to Aquafit, it costs more because there's an instructor. But if I go to adult senior, there's no instructor, it's less money.
The passes are.
The passes are the
Correct.
same amount,
The memberships, sorry.
The membership.
memberships. The
but not
memberships.
the individual.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Councillor Hawking.
Just as an information piece, and I thank Laura for helping me through this and understanding. But you could buy an adult membership and do Aquafit, and if you did it 3 times a week, 38 times, you've paid your membership, and then you swim for the rest of the year for nothing. And we have heat, the hydro, everything, the employees, and it's basically a freebie because most of them are dedicated, and I didn't pick on them because they're dedicated. All my point is we've got to start looking at, spreading this cost out so that the users pay a bigger share of, and it's not a gouge, it's just to say to them, you need to understand it's going to cost you more per year to use our facilities because, and I'm repeating myself, next year the hydro will go up and next year the employee rate, and you keep everything at the same rate from a membership. Most businesses don't run that way. You'll soon be in a big deficit position as opposed to keeping things right now at our current level. On that note, I've said it, so no more.
Chris?
Okay, so without the capital, we're at 26,600 in savings, and that's council training, advertising, doctor recruitment, and adult passes by 6,900. Now to Councillor Hawking's point, if you go back to page 15 in section 1, the cost for services for aquatics is costing $737,300 in taxpayers' money after all the revenues are brought in. So this relates to what Councillor Hawking is saying, how much it is for that building, for the programs. So in that particular one, just the programs alone is almost $300,000 from taxpayers. $434,000 just for the facility because of the gas and the hydro. So you're subsidizing anybody who uses that by that $737 in tax dollars money. That's what he's trying to get at. So that's what this cost for service sheet is to tell you, that this is what it's actually costing you in your taxes to cover this. This is your subsidization for all of these areas. Now, the other point that wanted to bring to council, if you remember at our last meeting, I don't know if it was in December or January, you said no cuts whatsoever to capital. And we made too many cuts, you said, and we said we did not cut any capital. We actually brought on 2 other capital projects to replace that 2nd Street that was west of 18th Avenue. The 2nd Street west, was it from, what street does it go from to 18th? 14th to 18th?
14 to 18, yes, correct.
We took that off the board because that technically is not supposed to be done until that property road can go right from Second Street all the way to the drive-in road. So that's why it was taken off and then was replaced with 2.5 other projects. The only reason we're going east on 18th Ave is to complete the fire hall. So by taking this 365,000, I do understand doing it over 2 years. It's good that you're at least keeping part of that in there. So that would keep you close to what you spent last year in tax dollars. But at least that means the OLG money that we still have the 1.3 million, we're still putting it all to capital, albeit we're putting a little more to the TCA reserve fund so that we can pull it out for next year. The only thing is, you will remember, we always talked about the capital. You should be doing a full project, which means digging it right down to the water, sewer, sidewalks, everything. You should also be doing a replacement for asphalt, which this project is, the 21st one that you're pulling, as well as a piece of equipment just for the transportation. And the same for Parks and Rec. You need to do something on the building, something on the parks, and something on equipment in order to at least stay above water for your assets. Just putting it out there. That's why we didn't cut any capital. On the other note, though, because Councillor or Mayor Patterson did ask to reduce it by the 181.3 and make this a 2-year project, you would have a savings of 207,900 with these 4 additional items that you've added.
Okay, so are we done with the pool part right now? Because we need to go back to Councillor Fleet's comment about consultants. So I can say that we don't have specialized staff. This is not my role to say it, but we do not have specialized staff that can do these consultant jobs. But Sherry, did you want to?
Yeah, I can add here and I shared a summary earlier this afternoon that was posed because of a question around consultant fees. So those consultant fees within those line accounts are specialized kind of expertise that we wouldn't have in-house. So it is things like our IT as an example. When we bring in IT, that comes out of that area. And that's once a week we have our IT individual come in. It's things like developing the development charges bylaw. Again, we wouldn't have that staff expertise to do that. It is some of our some of our zoning and mapping and some of our local planning things. It's in the public works areas, it's our GIS, some of those types of things. So again, it's not where we have those specialized services. If we want to look at having some of those specialized services, then we'd have to be hiring staff with that credentials or expertise, as an example.
I just read this article from Central Wellington, and I just thought, maybe going forward, we can really maybe watch how much we spend on engineering and consultant fees if needed.
Chris?
Just bring to your attention, you have to remember, we're getting a lot of legislation thrown at us from the province and the federal government that tells you have to be compliant with this. And it's like, okay, you still have to do your day-to-day job, but you also have to learn how to do this part of the job. And it's like, we don't have the expertise to do that. We can barely stay above water as it is now to do the job that we have. And then they're asking to add all these additional legislative items on, like the development charges. There's no way we could individually go through all that. We don't know all the details that are required. And all the other information that you're requesting and part of this strat plan. And it's like us doing the strategic plan all by ourselves, not bringing in a professional who knows what they're doing and hoping that we can do it. These are the types of items that bring in. If I was to have an IT person on staff, you're going to pay them over $100 and something thousand plus benefits. We're getting a deal here for somebody to come in and do all this at a cheaper price for us. And they also do the police department as well on their own stuff. So we're trying to do our best with what we have and not. That's why you're asking us to go outside the box. Don't bring in more staff, but still do the same amount of legislative work that we require within the amount of money that we have available.
Councillor Hudson.
Thank you, Worship. And I think I am partially in agreement with Councillor Fleet. And not regarding things of which you're speaking of with legislation, but for example, tonight it came up the amount of, what was it, $50,000 for an operational review. So is that something that could be done for less?
Sherry?
That will depend on the RFPs that come in and whether the quoted prices come in less. But that's the price that I was provided, that typically is the cost for that type of study service.
And that's not something that could be done internally either by just having conversations with staff, who's doing what jobs, what kind of time frame does this take? Is that not something that could be done internally?
I would suggest that an external provides that third-party objective review that is not connected in any way to any of the departments as such. So that's the intent.
Still $50,000 though.
Okay, so anything else that you really want to look at? And if you do, let's take a 10-minute break. Because I think we're on a roll here. We don't have to end the meeting at 8 o'clock, but let's take a 10-minute break. We'll come back at 10 after 8 and continue on. Any other comments, questions? Councillor Hudson.
Thank you, Your Worship. I did have some questions regarding some of the departments' regular salaries, part-time salaries, in that the approved amount for 2023 and the actuals being quite a bit less, but then 2024 proposed is considerably more than the approved of 2023. So there's a few departments that I would just kind of question about that.
So can you give us like one specific department to start?
Speaker, there we go. I'm sorry, I'm just trying to find through these page numbers, some of my examples. Just carry on for a minute.
Another topic, or you're close?
This is the first one that's popped up here. So, 51, page 51. So this particular one is one of a few. So part-time salaries for, where are we? Part-time salaries for fire, for example, 341 was the 2023 proposed. Actual was 272. So then in 2024 proposed, we're up to 364. So another 90,000 that wasn't in fact utilized in 2023. Also with,
let's just stop there, Chief.
Through you, Your Worship. Again, it's hard to guess how many calls you're going to get, how long they're going to be. We do our best. But in 2023, we saw only partial staffing numbers. We didn't hire for a full complement. We had, I think, 5 less than a full complement. In addition, our deputy chief's been off for 6 months. In 2024, we will have a full staff complement. We've had promotions to higher pay levels. We have contractual obligations of our firefighter agreement that started this year. And we have a lot more certification testing than we did last year.
which requires the time that's needed for that.
And you have another? No? Yes, okay. Go ahead, Councillor Cable.
In the same budget, just wondering, Chief, so you talk about, in 2024, you have a full complement. And then when you consider a full complement, is the training officer in addition to that full complement?
Through you, Your Worship, I'm speaking just of response staff. So members that can respond to calls. The training would be in addition to that.
I guess as far as the training officer, so is that a full-time position? Is it part-time? How do you envision that?
That's a part-time position. Through you, Your Worship.
And so I guess I just wanted to clarify, because we talked about how it's temporary. So I guess what are we anticipating will happen in 2025 that we would no longer need that position?
Through Your Worship, I'm hoping to get some help. Melissa mentioned that there's 8 months of donated time that staff put in. Over 3 months of those are for me. I need a bit of help to get on top of stuff. Where it's going to go, I don't know. There's some movement happening within the department as well. So I'm looking at getting some help to offload some of the work that I'm doing presently. And hopefully with a temporary position that we can get a handle on it and get ahead of it. I just don't know where it's going to go, because there continues to be provincial standards that keep coming down that I have to adhere to.
Okay, thank you.
Counselor Hudson?
Okay, maybe just to clarify, so under, this is again Parks and Rec, under athletic field, part-time salaries, would this be for lawn mowing, et cetera? So line 7102. 2023 approved $7,300, actual used 2886, and then for 2024 proposed is $7,600. So is that for lawn mowing? And then I guess my other question is, with the hiring of 5 part-time people for Parks and Rec to do the outdoor maintenance, are we able to contract out to a local service in order to do any savings from that? Because I understand that when you do hire part-time, you have to have a full-time person guide them through the first few weeks. So you're kind of, you have 2 people at that
So
point.
Counselor Hudson, I'm going to stop you there because I don't want us to get into information that should be discussed within a closed meeting. If you can generalize your question, that's okay. But if we're talking about positions and contracting services, we need to be very careful.
Okay, I guess my general question is for regular salaries and part-time salaries throughout that whole department, the amount approved in 2023 was not realized as an actual in 2023, and yet it has gone up as proposed for 2024. Another example is on page 85, Hanover Heritage Square. Line 7130, 1111.
Okay.
Your worship. Yeah, I think, Counselor Hudson, you're correct. There is multiple occasions where you would be seeing that. So a good example that you just brought forward was, I believe it's the Heritage Square. We didn't realize that full. I think you just brought that one. Another one I'll bring up, which is I think the next one down, which is Commemorative Grove. So it's showing low. So that would, the challenge is that it's just based on the allocation. So the staff are still working their 40 hours per week. So if I were to say that if you looked at that parks one, it's up $6,000. So it's just the allocation. So those 40 hours can be put towards different areas. So if they're busy at soccer one year versus Heritage Square versus Ball Diamonds, it's all those 40 hours get allocated within the department.
But these are part-time salaries, it says.
Go ahead,
I'll,
Chris.
I'll verify. When you have a part-time, you say, I have this part-time person for X number of weeks at X number of dollars. So let's just take a round number, $20,000. Or say of that 20,000, 10% will go here, 10% will go here, and they'll go into 16 or 17 different buckets because there's so many different departments. However, that 10%, they may only see 2%, but another spot will spend 15 or 20% of their time. So you'll see it higher on one spot than another. When we're budgeting, you take that amount that you're supposed to pay that person and divvy it up between all the areas where they could be working. That's what a budget is, where it could possibly be. The actuals are how many hours did they actually spend there? So you're gonna spend more on that. That happens to a lot of RONs. So if you go into anything under transportation, you'll see a whole slew of them all over the place. Catch basins, side streets, snow plowing, etc. They still get paid X number of dollars, but when they allocate their hours, it's when they actually do them. When you budget, you base it on a percentage. So you're still paying the $20,000 for this student, but it's through 15 and 17 different areas.
And I'm just gonna, it's the difference between the projection being based on an estimate and the actuals being actually what the hours were. So overall, that the projection and the actuals throughout the entire budget, the dollars would be allocated for or allowed for? Sorry, you look like we're not explaining it very well, or that we've not explained it can we help understand it more, or?
Counselor Cable, did you?
Well, I guess along a similar line, so I'm looking at page 90 for facilities arena summer operations. So I would assume that by this point, that one would be kind of finished up, right, for summer. So if I look at summer operations for 2023 approved, if I add up regular salaries, part-time salaries, the overtime, employee benefits, WSIB, it's 141,000. The actual for 2023 was 96,000. And then for this coming year, we're back to the 141. So if I'm understanding correctly, we're thinking that there's about $35,000 in salary that's maybe over in another area to compensate that. I'm just wondering, is there any way for it to be a little bit clearer that going forward, perhaps we're looking at dividing out so we could see all of the facility wages, regular and part-time combined, as far as the actual and the proposed, instead of them being divided by Lion's Den and Arena Winter and all these different ones, because it does make it hard unless I'm going to go and start to add them up. Like I would just like to be able to see.
The hard part is, I'm sure it was 5 or 6 years ago, council wanted individual areas, how much it's gonna cost for every area to do a costing on how much we should be charging for that area. We gave that information. We had to separate all this out so that we'd have these individual areas and how much it was costing, only to have council come back and say, just give them 30%, just give them 25%. You didn't even look at the information that we had done, and it took a long time to do that. So this is what it has to be done so that we can keep track of how much it's costing to do the commemorative grove, to do this area, because when you come back and say, we need to collect the actual amount that it's costing us to do that, this will tell you exactly what it is. So think of my wage, say I make 50,000, you're gonna say 25,000 is going to this area and 25,000 to this area. But in reality, I actually spent 40,000 on this area and only 10,000 there. I still budgeted 25 and 25 for it. But the reality is this, I spent 40 versus the 25 that I did. And on the other side, I only spent 10 versus 25. You still spent the $50,000 just in different areas. Because I think our wages, all mine are separated into at least seven or 8 different buckets to go into different areas to do that. And the only way for you personally to see it would have to see everybody's wage, and we can't do that as part of the Privacy Act. You can't see what a person gets paid and where their money goes. All we can say is this one gets 10% here, this one gets 3% there, 2% there, just when we're doing the budget. So we have an amount to go to a particular area.
Right. I guess the only thing I'm wondering, I think it was at a previous council meeting, and Councillor Hawking was saying about how, really we have some lines where if I was to read it, it would almost seem like we were underspent in 2023, and now we're projecting some cases higher, right, for 2024, right? So if I was to look at arena summer operations, like say that we were to say, okay, we want to hold it similar to the last thing, we want to hold it at the 2023 actuals, right, and cut out $35,000, right, from that budget, right? What would that do to the operation? That's what I don't know, right? If we actually only spend 96,000, but now we think this year we're going to spend 141, right? I just wonder what would happen if we actually just say we're going to hold it at the 2023 actuals.
Councillor Hawking.
Thank you, Your Worship. That's exactly the point that I raised way back, but then I was told that, and Chris made a note tonight, there's still bills coming in. But if you looked at something that was in the summertime, you know that all the bills are in. And I was told the same thing, that you can't go by actual, because it's all divvied up into different areas. And but you make a good point, Brandon. Like if we went for the actual on some, and I was using Heritage Square. That's the one I picked up, and of course, thanks to Laura, she used my example, and she explained to me what happened there. Because I was looking at, I forget it now, I'm over $30,000 in 1 year. But it's the allocation of the people in the different areas And I don't know the solution to that. And I don't know when you're gonna get an actual unless we did our budget in March, when we have all the actuals in and we know exactly what it'd be, but you just can't do that. Anyway, I agree with your point, Brandon. That long-winded answer to say that.
The only thing that I would add to that is, you know, what you're saying is, I think that works for everything but wages and benefits because of how we allocate and do the estimates for projections versus actuals. So, you know, if it's a building maintenance type fee, we know that all the building maintenance for that parks area would go to that area. So so for what you're trying to do and hold it, makes sense on those ones, but for those lines where we split it amongst a number of different departments, you'd have to then take into consideration all those various departments accordingly.
Deputy Mayor Dickers.
Sorry to belabor it, but we're almost getting too much detail when we start going to each individual piece of the operation. And you know what? It would be nice if we had those those actuals, because, you know, Parks and Rec, for example, when I just look at the 2023 approved and the 2023 actuals, you know, it says we spent $80,097 less than was budgeted, but still we're looking for an increase for 2024. So when I just look at the bottom line and don't care how they divvied it up in the middle, my question is, you know, if we spend $80,000 less, and I realize there's some actuals that aren't there yet, but would it be $80,000? That seems like a lot. Why wouldn't we just be able to stick with the 2023 approved budget rather than having an increase into 2024?
Again, it goes back to the percentage, how it's divvied up. There's an increase for budget, wages and benefits of 2.6% across the board for this area. Union was a different percentage, police was a different percentage. It's just the way it is done, unless the department has decided to change their percentages, how they want to budget it. That's really up to them individually. They can look back and say, okay, well, you know, I'm never going to the Heritage Square as much. I'm going to put that extra 2% and put it into parks. So then that one will go up. It's still, the bottom line is I have this much money and I'm divvying it out in so many different ways at the end of the day.
And that's why I'm saying, like, I would, you know, rather than going through all the lines to get down to that bottom, my question is simply, you know, why did we need the 15,800 when we spent 80,000 under already last year? Why do we need an increase? That's, I guess, as simple as I can.
Because it all depends what they're planning to do in 2024. So obviously they have plans to do different things in that area, and they've requested that that money be allocated to that area. I mean, if you really want, in the end, I can give you a summary of all the salaries and benefits without names and everything for the areas, and then you can see where there's plus and minuses, if any. But that's the end. But again, you're going in each individual department.
And I really don't want to go there to each individual line. Like
I
said,
can
like-
assure you that we're taking the budget and splitting it to where it needs to be, and it all balances out to 100% of everything that everybody makes based on what the department heads say they need for part-time, and the salaries are done across the board the exact same way.
But if we as a council suggest that, no, we're only going to approve the 2023 amount, then we just allow you to go back and run your department to that number. Because maybe there's something you had planned to do that you have to change. Maybe you have to delay the summer student program by a week or something like that. You know, if we give you the number, it's really up to you to decide. We're not supposed to be the decision makers as to how that's done day in and day out.
Yeah.
That's a little too operational for us.
Right, but you're telling us a number from 2023, but you got to remember, in 2024 now you have inflation of the increase and the benefits. So that's going to affect. So if you tell me I have to stay at 2,000 here, meanwhile, it should be $2,400 with the increase, then you're already telling me to underinflate this area by that amount.
But what's driving my thoughts are when I see us 80,000 underspent in 2023, why do we have that big increase? That, you know, it seems to be more than just what inflation is sending it up.
I guess I'm trying to figure out where you're getting this 80,000 from, because I pulled up all the wages here up on the screen here on my screen.
It's not just wages, it's the actual, that sheet I just showed you when I walked over there and at the break time. 2,377,200 in 2023 was the approved budget for all of Parks and Rec. The 2023 actuals were 2,297,103, realizing there's likely some actuals that haven't hit there yet, as you explained earlier tonight. But now you're asking for 2,393,000, which is a 15,800 increase over 2023 when we didn't even spend the full 2023. And I realize there's some programs that change and all those good things, but to me, that's a difficult number to accept when you're 80,000 under this year. Why do we need an extra 15 next year?
You do remember there was a report at the end that says transfers to and from reserves because things didn't get done at certain thing, they will be brought forward. You have to remember, we've got 2023 and then we're working on 2024. We don't go back on 2023. You have a policy in place that if there's a surplus or deficit, you pay for it to the reserves or reserve funds in a specific manner, or you take it from the reserve fund because you don't go back on that particular year and look at that. But I can see where you're coming. That's where most of your department heads are supposed to say, hey, I was over by this much, so I'm taking the money. That's where we'd send you a report. At the end of the year, I'll say to you, we weren't able to get this done. So any of the money we collected for taxes purposes, we're going to send it to reserve so it can be used forward, et cetera, or wait for grants. Again, these amounts are not etched in stone, the year to dates. So sometimes I wish we didn't show you year to dates because you should really be comparing what your budgets are to the previous budget, because that's what the tax rates are based on, budgets, not the actuals.
Well, I appreciate that you can understand when I look at it and I see that $80,000, it makes me question, why do we now need an increase in the next year if we didn't spend 80,000 last year? But transfer the reserves, you know, that's money that, you know, if we're going to spend it now this year, it doesn't hit. We've already got that from last year's levy. So it's there. It shouldn't increase the levy for this year. So I guess I'm still struggling with how we get this, you know, a difference of
But I say you're really hard to stop looking at the actuals because they're not etched in stone. They continue to fluctuate. All the stuff I gave you tonight for the reserves and reserve funds, well, it's changed already by 20 or 30,000 from payments that just had to be made between the time I sent this out and the time that it happened today. So there's so many things that fluctuate. So you have to have a specific time to start with where you have a starting point and then the next point that you go to. So like I say, you can't be looking at the year to dates. That's what our financial statements are for. So to let you know, right now, we're about 170,000 in the good because we had so much savings from Ron's projects. So that money is going to the reserve funds, like it states in our policy, but that's where we're at as of today. Just like when you looked at, say, the police or the library, it looked like, whoa, they had 109 or they had 65,000 still in the good, but all the stuff hasn't been done. I think the police are down about $30,000 and there's like 10 or 15,000 left for the library. So do not look at those as, oh, these are great monies. We have all this left over. That's not what happens. We have so much that comes in between now and February that
Okay,
you just
Chris.
can't say that.
Yeah, Chris, Sherry, you have a comment?
Just if I, again, looking at Parks and Recreation and Deputy Mayor Dicker, you're looking at what's on that bottom end page on page 91 in the hard copy, where you see the 2,377,200 versus the 2,297,103, correct? The other thing I would say is there's a lot of utilities still not paid out of this budget, which are significant, right? So that will add, so you're gonna have your hydro and your gas probably for December has not been allocated for, I wouldn't think, because they're usually a bit behind. But that would have some impacts there as well if utilities are not up to date, which typically is the case at this point in time. And the other thing that I would just share is, and something that council asked for in advance was that summary of wages kind of proposed 2023 to propose 2024. And as an example, overall, and this might help with Councillor Hudson too, like overall in Parks, Recreation and Culture, that between proposed 2023 and proposed 2024, it's an increase of about $54,800. That would be those increases from percentage increases for collective agreement, staff, non-union staff, those staff that maybe are moving in grid levels based on performance. So again, that total, the difference between 2023 and 2024 proposed is 54.8.
Okay. Go ahead, Laura.
Thank you, Your Worship. If I can add a little bit further. We weren't at our full complement of staff without getting into too many specifics. Students as well as full-time staff in 2023. We also had a number of vacations from a student staff perspective that were honored. That's not typical for a student to typically take significant vacation time. Also take into consideration that students moved. We went from a flat rate to grids where we have significant, I shouldn't say significant, we have increases that we will be facing for 2024 as students enter that grid or progress along the grid. And then of course, the cost of living that Chris talked about were just kind of some of the impacts to wages projections for 2024.
Okay, so I'm going to suggest we continue on with anything that someone really wants to remove from the budget. Or we adjourn and continue to this discussion on February 12th. That's our next scheduled budget meeting. Councillor Sacco.
Could you just I'm sorry, Your Worship, could you recap where we're at right now? How close are we?
Well, we've been there for quite a while.
Right, so.
Right from my initial comment, we've been there.
Exactly my point. We should finish.
I'm just asking if any counselor has something they'd figure we should remove. Councillor Hawking, Councillor Cable, then Deputy Mayor.
I'd like to support Councillor Sacco. I think we're there. I really appreciate your suggestion. It makes total sense. All we're doing is going around and sort of doing a little bit of clearing the weeds out a bit more, but I think we've come to a satisfactory conclusion. We could incorporate the changes we've made so far with your suggestion, which probably will reduce the tax rate even lower if we incorporate that. But what we could do is maybe put more into the road construction for next year and make it such so that it balances out, that we find $181,300, total it up and call it a night.
Thank you. Councillor Cable.
Thank you, Worship. On the council consideration list on page 1, I would like to see council consider option, this is number 12 at the bottom, with the admin summer assistant. So I do appreciate that this is a new position that's being added in for the summer. And I do wonder if as a phase in, whether we look at for year 1 for that job to be 12 weeks, which is still 3 months. So I would imagine that person probably isn't going to start until mid-May and they would finish out mid-August before they go back to school.
Any comments? Agree? Agree? Sure. Okay. You got that, Chris? Anything else, Councillor Cable? I see you looking at your notes there.
I would just like to know from April with the economic development app for $6,000. I guess my hesitancy with the app is any ongoing costs. Like, do we end up paying an annual fee for that app? Is there a lot of staff time that it takes to operate that app? who's going to oversee it? Like, I just would hate to see that we stretch you further by now introducing an app, which is going to be labor intensive in order to operate.
Thank you. To be honest, that's why it has been delayed till now, recognizing the need and being able to contribute some time to it. But I would just say that this is a really good partnership opportunity that's not solely on one position to fulfill. So yes, I would help lead it, but we've asked for the DIA to contribute. We've asked for the Heritage Committee to contribute. And as I alluded to before, talking to partners, other partners at Cultural Roundtables, we were thinking about applying for a grant to help hopefully just pay for it, or at least a portion of it anyway. So I'm totally sensitive to the fact of the labor that would need to go into it, but also recognizing it's a really good partnership opportunity and trying to fulfill it. But it would be an annual commitment for a fee. Yeah, that's like it's an annual membership essentially.
And so when you say that you're looking to partner with like the Heritage Committee or the Cultural Roundtable, we're not envisioning though that Al Morrow is going to be running the app, or, that Bev Morgan's going to run the app. Like, I'm just thinking like, really it is coming back to you, is it not?
Yes, but I would ask for them to contribute the content. I guess I could put it that way. Yeah.
Would it be fair? So if you're applying for this grant, would that perhaps allow for like a staff, I don't know, a person that would assist with that? Like, would it be fair to say that that item could be postponed, and then if a grant was to come in, then it could be added back in?
To be honest, the Samin summer student, that was the hopes. That was divided between the Economic Development Department too. So it was hopes that they would assist with that as well as part of their job description. So
I still just think
Yeah.
that that's only for 12 weeks or 18 weeks, right? Like, I just would hate to see that, because we already know that you do social media and you do it with a website and all these other things, right? So when we talk about work-life balance or the demands that are put onto staff, I just would hate to see that we're adding one more thing onto somebody else's plate.
thank you for that. I think this would be the year though, that it would take time to build everything, and then moving forward, it would be doing updates. But yes, I know it ticks a lot of boxes for what we want to achieve, I feel. And so that's why we're bringing it forward. But it is heavily dependent on partnerships and yes, sharing the resources of updating accordingly. Like we recognize that right now with our website and all sorts of things that people want us to just put on our website or to do, right? It's a two-way, like we have to get the information, we have to get people bringing this information to us. We can't be out seeking it, right? So it is going to be a balance, but I feel like if the DIA is part of it, like they would be responsible for updating that content appropriately. And everything else I feel are like permanent assets, so it'd only be like a special promotion or something special that we would really need to spend the time updating it.
Maybe you want to increase that admin summer person back up?
No, I really don't. Okay, well, thank you. Personally, in my opinion, Your Worship, I would prefer to see it postponed until a grant was to come through. I think that April takes a lot on, and I just think that I would rather her be able to go out and say, we're not doing the app because Councillor Cable said no, right?
Yeah, I understand partnerships when they're there, you want to take advantage of them. So your thoughts on reducing or not even, how much was that? 6,000 from taking that, not participating in that. Keeping in mind that we're already at our number and April is willing to do this. So I'm hearing, let's go with it. Yes, all right. Anything else? Councillor Hudson.
In the spirit of user fees, are we able to keep the fire permit fees at the increase on this list?
Chief, comment on that?
Thank you, your worship. It's a double-edged sword, Counselor. We know that not everyone applies for a permit. If we raise it, that may reduce the number of people that are applying, therefore reducing the income. Can we do it? Yes. Will we police it as much as we can? But there is that risk.
Sort of like the dog tags. There's a lot of dogs in town. Thoughts on leaving the permit where it is or increasing it? We're leaving it, from what I'm hearing. All right. We're getting down to the nitty gritty here. Counselor Cable.
Thank you, your worship. I'm just wondering if Chris could just again try to clarify in my mind how this is all going to work with we're going to pull the one project off. I just really want to ensure that when we look at the OLG dollars going into capital, that ultimately we're not reducing that down so that we're kind of offsetting capital with operational dollars. So I'm just wondering if I can just have a summary that eases my mind on how us removing this project, we're still going to be spending the capital dollars this year.
We won't be spending the full 11832 on capital dollars from OLG. What we will be doing is taking that 181.3 that Mayor Sue has suggested and transferring it to our TCA reserve fund. So you know how we had said we have $1.3 million. Instead of doing the full 1183, we are actually going to give $300,200 to the reserve fund. And $999,800 will actually go to capital. So if you take the 1183, what was the capital number? 1183. Somebody's got to know it. 5. Take off the 181.3. Okay, so we're at $1,002 and $200 from OLG for capital. It's getting late, isn't it? And 297.8 will be going to the TCA reserve fund versus the 116.5.
Chris, you've
Okay.
got to do that again.
Okay, we got 1.3 million from OLG. We were putting 116,500 of that to our TCA reserve fund for future, leaving 11835 for capital. You are reducing that 11835 by $181,300, which means your capital is now going to be $1,002, $1 million. Oh my God, $1,002,200 for capital, and the balance will be going to the TCA reserve fund, which will be the 297.8. It'll still equal your $1.3 million. And then in the following year, when you bring forward this project, if it's still 365, you will bring 181.3 automatically out of the TCA reserve fund towards that, and then whatever is required from taxes in 2025. So think of you have that $1.3 million and your capital was up here and this was down here for your TCA reserve. You just moved it like this. Okay. So it's not being used for any operations. It's being used for capital over a 2-year period. Clear as mud, right?
I'll have until the bylaw comes forward to think about it. So that is good. I'll have some processing time, which is great. We have these other savings as well, which is fantastic. The only other item I would throw out, your worship, because you might as well while you got the chance, is we've been talking for years about adding bottle fill stations into our facilities. They make sense from a hygiene perspective. They make sense from the fact that, people have to bring their own bottles. We're apparently, moving forward with being a community known as being environmentally conscious. It helps out with staff because they won't have to buy the Culligan water bottles anymore. I'm just wondering if there's any appetite for us to look at implementing that project. I believe we have pricing for the P&H Center in order to move forward with that. And so I do wonder if we are nearing a point where we would consider that.
Laura?
Thank you, Your Worship. So relating to the P&H Center. Relating to the P&H Center, it is a project that has been earmarked for 2025 in the forecast summary. For the P&H Center, it is earmarked at 20,000. That is based on 2 locations. The challenge is not just the unit itself, it's also the, it requires electricity. So that's what drives the price up a little bit there.
Good. So that's all right. Your 2025, it'll be in next year's budget.
No, I would like to propose that we add that in place of the items that we have removed off of the list, since you were able to find your savings initially. I'll throw it out there.
Councillor Fleet?
I support Counselor Cable. I think it's something we should move ahead with. I hear it all the time at the P&H Center and the guys playing hockey, filling their bottles or whatever. I totally support it.
Other comments? Who's in favor of this year rather than next year?
What's the cost?
20,000.
20,000?
Yes. So at this point, let's have a show of hands. 1, 2, 3. Those not in favor? 1, 2, 3. How's that work?
I think you might have missed something. I think so. No, she counted. So it was 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Oh, sorry. So it's 4-3. It's a yes. So.
Now what are we doing?
So now we're adding 20,000 to it. You're right. Yes. Sorry, I'm just, if it's in the 2025 budget, it's not in the plans, but that's okay. If that's the way council wants to move forward.
So that means that we need $1,019, $1,019,800 from OLG funds. And then the balance will go into the TCA reserve fund. And that's because the actual amount required going to the TCA reserve fund is 183.7 from your 181.3, right? And now you added another 20,000 back onto it. Okay, are we still keeping into that $6,000 admin summer student coming off? Reduced to 12 weeks? Because that means there's 32,600 in the operations side that you want to make cuts on. And now you want to make only 161,300 on capital, correct? You wanted the 181.3 and then you want to put 20,000 back on.
So the amount going to the project next year will be less.
Correct.
Right.
Okay, so your overall savings is 193.9. Are you getting the same as I have? Okay, so you had 181.3 you wanted to save. You wanted to put 20,000 back on, so you're only saving 161.3. 161.3 plus 32,600 in operations, that is council training of 8,400, advertising of 1,300, doctor recruitment of 10,000, increasing the adult pass revenue to another $6,900 and reducing the admin summer student to 12 weeks. So that's 6,000. So that total of 32,600 and 161,300 is 193,900 coming off the amount of $9.2 million that you requested. That now puts us at 9,102,400. Which is $688,100 more than last year's levy. That will reach into an amount of 6.84% increase. $66.95 for every 100,000 per year. It was 18 cents a day for every 100,000, except this year we have to do 366 days, so we actually. Just a little bit less, right? But, so you went from the 24 cents down to the 18, so you got your 6 cents approximately.
Who would like to move that? Counselor Hawking, who would like to second? Counselor Cable. Any further discussion? All in favor? That is carried. So we do have one more motion, and that is to adjourn at 8:58. I need a mover and a seconder. Counselor Sackle and Counselor Fleet. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you very much, everyone.